Right. Bagged isn't necessary, but get out and.
Do you want to mute, Ted?
The problem with it is
Ted?
you want to be dead out without any flowing liquid.
Ted?
Yeah.
Just a reminder to everybody to put yourselves on mute whenever you're. Yeah. Okay. Where are we at on time? Are we almost there? Got about a minute. All right. Thanks, everyone, for being here. We did make some updates to the report to align the number of policies with the ones in the report and the ones we approved. So we'll talk about that and give everybody just a minute. And the chat seems to be working, so that's good. Let's see.
Chair Sanborn, since we haven't called to order yet, good luck with your moves.
I'm already here. I'm in a mess.
Well, good luck with everything, and thank you for the huge amount of work you and Ted and the other chairs have put in. It's been tremendous, and thank you. And again, best of luck in futures in your new space.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay.
Jeff, I love those glasses. You're rocking the glasses.
Who's that?
Jeff Dunlevy.
Oh, I haven't seen. I gotta see his glasses.
Got to get your Christmas spirit on, damn it.
Yeah.
Curious.
Gotta cheer it up. Okay, I'm gonna go real quick to this today. Let's see if I can print this agenda. Okay. Yeah, I actually have contractors here right now, so I hope the dogs don't go off in the middle of the meeting. Okay. I think we're going to go ahead and get started. We're at 8:31 according to my clock here. So I want to say good morning again to everybody. We are now on our last meeting of 2020 for the Statewide Commission on Recycling Markets and Curbside Recycling. And this will be our last meeting where we approve the final draft, final preliminary report to the legislature and Cal Recycle and all the policies that will be sent with it. It's a very important meeting, our last chance to get things into this report. So I'd like to start at the very beginning, reminding everybody of a few things. One is that we have posted the videos of all the meetings of the full commission that we could tape without glitches on the NSAC YouTube page, and that is also on our website, so everybody can go back and reflect on those easily without having to do a public information request to Cal Recycle. The public comments, we're not going to be reading them into the record unless they're live at this point. All the commissioners read those in advance. They're limited to 150 words, but if you submit comments like CARE did this morning, an update to their comments, we post them live up on the Google document, which has already been uploaded to our friends at CARE. Again, use the portal on the Cal Recycle Commission page to submit comments during the actual items. And I guess I just want to say that I think we've got a big meeting and it's an important one. So I'm just going to get right into the call to order. So I'll start reading off names. Commissioner Bouchard.
Here.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Cadena.
I'm here.
Commissioner Davis. Is Commissioner, oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. And Commissioner Dell.
Here.
Commissioner Dunlevy.
Here.
Commissioner Ferrante.
Here.
Great. Commissioner Kalpakoff. I think we're missing him for now. We'll hold that off. Commissioner Lapis.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioner Medrano, I see you.
I'm here.
Commissioner Segura?
Yep, I'm here.
Great. Commissioner Potashner?
Morning.
Good morning. Myself here. Commissioner Schneider?
Here.
Okay, we're going to have to change that in the notes that you're now, as of January, mayor. Commissioner Sky?
Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioner Toyota?
Here.
There you are. And Commissioner Valle should be here this morning? No, hopefully he'll join us. I know he certainly intended to. And then Commissioner Ward, I see you.
Here.
Great. So we have a quorum. We have 15 of 17. We'll proceed with that, and hopefully our other two members can join us quickly. So with that, we will move on to agenda item 2, our public comment review for items not on the agenda. I'll turn it to Cal Recycle to see if there's any public comments pending, please.
Good morning. There were 2 received right at the close of the meeting on Wednesday, and then 1 new one submitted last night. Would you like to hear all 3?
Yes, I think it's important just to make sure all the commissioners have had time because we're all moving pretty fast. And welcome, Commissioner Valle. I'm glad you made it.
Okay, first we have Gail Bryce from XT Green. In my line-by-line detailed comments submitted yesterday that are posted in the Google Drive, I've identified the inaccurate information that I noted in my other comments. Please read those comments. And then from Bob Peoples of CARE, your actions here will not solve the collection challenges we face today. CARE is working now with the recyclers, retailers, mills, installers to grow collection. And then submitted late last night from Gail Bryce of XT Green. XT Green appreciates the Commission's hard work and interest in the California Carpet Stewardship Program. We also support many of the concepts behind its carpet proposal. However, due to the time challenges for the public to provide comments on its evolving recommendations and the Commission's minimal time to review comments, there remains outstanding concerns, missed opportunities, and unintended consequences in the Commission's current proposal. Therefore, we request that the Commission consider submitting high priority recommendations on January 1st, 2021 for possible legislative action and reserve the final policy recommendations for submittal on July 1st, 2021. Suggestions follow to expedite the expansion of carpet collections, expand the role of the advisory committee, and address PFAS issues associated with recycling. Thank you for your consideration. And then there is more details that are published with the comment now. And that is it for now.
Great. Thank you very much. I did have a chance to read Gail's comments, and I did not get a chance, unfortunately, to read the comments from CARE that came in at 4:45 this morning. So we can get to that when we get to that item to make sure everybody's heard those comments before we take up that policy. So with that, I think we are done with agenda item number 2. So agenda item number 3, discussion of the preliminary policy recommendations report to be sent to the legislature. So we were actually taking up in this agenda the report before the policies. And I think that's probably the right order. And I see, whoops, we have Commissioner Sky. Did you want to add something?
Whenever it's appropriate, I'm ready to share my suggested edits to the report.
Great. So I will turn it over to you in just a second. So we will outline that we, Ted and I, worked really hard in the last day and a half trying to pull everything together, and appreciate all of you sending us your language that we had discussed at the last commission meeting. But as you can imagine, we didn't get it perfect when we posted it yesterday afternoon. There were 2 policies that were not in the listed in the attachment or in the report. So I guess, Ted, the things that we changed this morning, one of them was a title, because the titles were not aligning with the old title and the new title. And we had, I believe that was about the bottle bill AB 54 report, because there was one listed as convenience zones to grocers' responsibilities, which was the same as the recommended changes to the bottle bill. So we corrected that. And then we added in the final list, there were 2 that were missing. You might have noticed there were 17 policies and 19 actually in the folder. The one that was missing, there were 2 missing from market development. One was carpet, and the other was about the plastics, the ban of the export, or the restrictions on the export of plastics. So we put those back in. Commissioner Ward, is there anything else that we did this morning we want to highlight before we start this? open it up to everybody else.
I think that's it. You also wanted to mention that we had the link to the spreadsheet, and we mentioned the thermoforms and refillable bottles being priority actions to be addressed in January.
So that language was added after we sent the link out or sent the notice out yesterday at 2:30. So we just want to make sure everybody heard that, including the public. So with that, we'll turn it over first to Commissioner Sky.
Thank you. And if it's possible to share my screen, I think it'll be easier to show the proposed changes that I have.
Excellent. Now we're going to have to, CalRecycle staff, we're going to be editing this report live, and this will be the final language that gets over and we send. So please make sure you keep it because you're going to be the keeper of the track changes. Commissioner Ward, do you want to do it?
Yeah, for consistency, I think it might be better if Commissioner Sky read his changes and I made the changes. So if other commissioners had things, we're all changing the same document.
Okay.
Does that work for you, Commissioner Sky? Or do you want to send me your changes and we can review them?
Maybe I could do that. I'll email you the document right now.
Okay. And I think you can start the discussion and then I'll pull that up as soon as I can.
Okay.
Okay. And there's other commissioners while you guys are working on that. Commissioner Lapis, did you want to say something?
Yeah. I wanted to just get in the queue to offer some of my changes as well.
Okay.
I don't have anything major. I did maybe before. I did have an overarching suggestion that isn't a specific language change, just from a readability perspective. I was reading the report, and it seems like we, from formatting perspective, have an executive summary, and then a forward, and then the report. And the forward is in first person, more first person. So I thought maybe we should call that out and make it a forward from the chair and vice chair. And then go into the actual report.
That's a thought, but this is officially from everyone. It's a consensus document. So I don't know. It's not like we authored it without your approval. So just.
Well, either way, I think we should call it out as a forward just for readability.
Okay. So Ted, were you able to pull up the document and then we can address
I'm in the process of pulling that up now.
Okay. Okay, next. So we'll definitely, now that I know it's comments on the report, we'll have Ted working off of the one document and doing everybody's changes live so we can all see them in order. And I suspect Commissioner Dell, you had some edits as well.
Yeah, I'd actually like to suggest a process to do this rather than we're going to skip around this document. The text of it actually isn't that long at this point because it references policies, which we've already put in stone, put in bed. So perhaps we could just step through paragraph by paragraph and go through it that way. Otherwise, we'll be moving all around the document and people will be saying, wait, I want to change that too. Is that a reasonable, most effective approach?
I had planned to do that actually. I just, we'll start with the first person to raise their hand. So Kobe, you get to go first and we'll go top to bottom. And as we go through the document, we'll just ask if anybody else has changes to that section. That works for everybody.
I think that would work. I may have had more comments than anyone else because I had comments throughout the document, and Perfect. I didn't incorporate obviously the changes that were made after 2:30.
Right.
But I think those are relatively minor, so I think Ted can add those in as we go. But I'm happy to just pause as we go through each section, make sure first that people are comfortable with the changes I proposed, and then if there are any further edits to that section, and then we can just keep moving.
Well, actually, Ted, then this makes me think because if this document was changed based on the old version from not this morning, then I think maybe we should pull up the current version and can we do it side by side where we see Kobe's edits?
We can try. I'm concerned about that process and actually finishing the meeting, but we can certainly attempt. So you're reading my screen now?
Yeah. It's got
That's Kobe's version.
You should maximize.
There's two. It's layered over two. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I suggest your changes were relatively minor, and I think the commission was in agreement with them. So those can be just added. We can merge it. I'm happy to help you with that, to just merge all the changes into the final version of the document.
Yeah. It was just adding the policies, and it was not major at all. It was just more formatting.
And I did add the two policies.
Can I make a really quick process suggestion?
Sure.
In the past, people have said that they cannot, on the webcast, they cannot see the text that we're editing. So I just want to remind folks that what we're editing is live on the Google Drive as well, so you can follow along in full resolution on the Google.
At this point, it's not the case. At this point, I'm editing the Word document I got from Kobe. Because
the only way we could do that, Nick, is if we uploaded Kobe's changes and we just got them.
Okay, so once we add Kobe's changes, we'll be live on the Google Doc, right?
Yeah, and I either can start with the Google Doc, can edit that live, but Commissioner Sky says there's lots of changes. So I was just going through his document.
Kobe, why don't you send me the document while Ted's got this up now? Everybody can see your changes, but I can upload it while you guys are starting to go through the changes. And then that way everybody live can see them much easier.
Okay.
So can I suggest we start from the top? It's fine because commissioners.
We heard you.
Yeah.
We heard you.
Okay. Starting from the top.
I have a comment before his first comment.
Okay.
Kobe was first, and so we're starting with Kobe's changes first, and then we're going to go through one at a time all the way through the document and allow everybody to submit their comments. Is that going to work for everybody?
We just kind of, okay.
We're going to go in order through the document to make sure we're all together on each section.
Right,
okay, I have a comment before one of his comments. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so let's go paragraph by paragraph and people contribute on the paragraph we're reading. Yes?
Right. Correct.
Okay. So starting with the first paragraph, is there any comments? Not hearing any. Second paragraph. Third paragraph. Fourth paragraph, working by consensus. In this report, the preliminary recommendations, the policy proposals focus on actions 2. Comment.
Well, one comment I'll note is I did add page numbers.
Appreciate that. Some of this work involves. Yes, go ahead.
Previously, I had a comment on that. I had actually wanted to add a fourth preliminary recommendation overall sentence.
Yes.
That, the fourth one being to commit to ensure that recycled or composted material will be processed in a manner that does not contradict with the environmental and social benefits of recycling. There's more to that. I think that the proposal on banning or the proposal on plastics going overseas, I believe that should be more under fires. So that's kind of in line with adding that fourth sentence on there that I think is very important. I realize that the writing to connect that plastics proposal, the ban, is well written into the market. I appreciate that, but I think it's more than markets, and I think it belongs under fires because some of that plastic overseas is actually burned, and I think just because it's not happening within our borders, it's still a fire and should be under that section.
Can you give me the language on item number 4 again? And do commissioners generally agree with this?
Okay, so commit to ensure that recycled and composted materials will not be processed in a manner that contradicts with the environmental and social benefits of recycling.
May I make some adjustments?
Oh, yeah.
I did upload Kobe's track changes to the report next to the report, and it's listed Kobe's edits so people can follow along.
Thank you.
Does that work? To ensure that material separated for recovery will not be processed in a manner that contradicts the environmental and social intent of recovery efforts.
Everybody thumbs up? Everybody's good with that?
Yeah,
that's good.
I really like that. Could you just confirm, is Ted typing into the one that's online now?
No.
No.
Okay.
Honey, no.
Everybody can see it. The one that they can see is Kobe's edits at this point. Kobe's track.
Okay. I have a change to the paragraph with the ability.
Yes. Okay.
Instead of recovered to the best of our abilities, recovered in a legal and ethical manner.
What, baby? Come on.
Make sure you guys put yourselves on mute when you're not talking.
Legal.
Thanks.
And
ethical
manner.
Right.
Okay, good. Moving on, anything else?
I'm sorry, through the chair.
Sure.
Ted, if you could go back to number 1 of the four reasons. Reduce the risk of fire and other hazards in discarded materials, and reduce the injury and death of workers in the solid waste recycling collection system. We all know that fire can also hurt, or canisters exploding can also hurt drivers, but the legislators certainly are not going to have that at the top of their heads.
So reduce the risk of fire and other hazards in discarded materials.
And prevent injury and protect workers.
That work?
Yeah, well, there's lots of reasons, I guess. That's the only thing I worry about is we're limiting it just to, I mean, not just to, clearly it's at the top of the list, but there's a lot of reasons we want these out.
The reason I'm saying that, if you want a legislator to pick up something, the chances are if it's involving the health risks of workers, many of whom are union, you have a greater chance of getting that legislation picked up.
And it is a true statement. We have one of the most dangerous industries. So the only thing I'd say, Ted, is we've got a comma after 1, and then it says and after 2, but it really should be the and after 3, comma and after 3 now.
Gotcha.
And Heidi, I mean, to Jan's comment about, she put in legal and ethical. Shouldn't it be define the legal? Is it the state legal mandates? What legality are we talking about? And then ethical is ethical defined as the ethical guidelines provided by the state, by the individual? I mean, those are very, to say legal and ethical alone, they're extremely broad.
I agree.
Legality.
So we have to decide if we just want to submit something with intent, not defining it all, because we will not be able to do that probably on the fly.
How about responsible? Would that work?
What I'm talking about is if there's a word ethical and the state of California says ethical behavior for the state is X, then it's defined. Ethics, right, and ethical behavior could be very broadly interpreted. Legal is also a very extremely broad term. Is it legalities to the state of California, legalities that local, state, and federal legal, things, or is it worldwide legal? I mean,
I don't see why anyone would fight against the word ethics. You have a code of conduct. We're all trying to be, I don't know why anyone would fight against that, but legal is obviously whatever applies to the certain situation. If it's legal, if it's in a different country on a different topic, it's not applies here. I'll go with legal and responsible instead of ethical, although for the record, I'd like to say that I think we all should commit to operating in an ethical manner. We all have codes of conduct codes of business ethics and personal ethic values, but I'm going to say ethical to responsible.
Is everybody okay with this change in this section? Okay, thumbs up. Everybody's good with that. Now, we kind of skipped very quickly down to the bottom here. I want to go back up to those numbers and make sure everybody was okay with that, because that's the final. We're not going back to this section. Is everybody good with this? Thumbs up. Okay, good. So then we'll go back down. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a free-flowing conversation because it's very hard for me to see who's raising hands on which section. So we'll just have to be careful not to talk over each other and make sure everybody has their voice. So we should go paragraph by paragraph, Ted. So are we on the paragraph starting with the ability, I believe?
I have a comment on this paragraph.
Okay.
Where we say will result in temporary increases in disposal.
Yes.
I think that we should reframe that to temporary increases in California's measured disposal, because a lot of this disposal is happening overseas and it's not absolute disposal that's going up necessarily. That's it. I think I have that comment a couple other places too, but that's it.
Does that work for everybody? As professionals, we seek to restore the public trust that when items are correctly placed in the recycling or composting bin, that those materials are recovered in a legal responsible manner. This effort necessarily includes ending the export of materials that cannot be verified as being recycled, and clarifying what can and cannot be. Okay, so everybody seems good with that. And then Kobe, I think you've got changes to the last sentence.
Right. So Commissioner Ward, just so we don't have too many people talking, do you want to just read my suggested edits, and then if there's questions, I can clarify?
We know, it's the last sentence. We know that end-use markets are essential for recycling and composting systems. Fine. And
positive instead of negative.
Yeah, good. Any further comments on that?
Heidi, can you read the sentence prior to that? The necessarily doesn't fit, or is it just me? I'm reading it and it doesn't work.
We believe. The sentence before starts with, we believe these are essential as initial steps if recovery streams are to have markets. We know that.
When it starts with this effort necessarily, that doesn't work.
This effort necessarily includes ending the export of materials that cannot be verified as being recycled and clarifying what can and cannot be recycled or composted. What would you suggest?
Does it or does it not necessarily? I'm not. Okay, when you read that, this effort necessarily, does it necessarily or not? Yet when I read that, it doesn't tell me which way you're going.
Do you want to delete necessarily?
Yeah.
I don't know what I want to do. I just know it doesn't work.
Because then it would read, this effort includes ending the export of materials that cannot be verified as being recycled and clarifying. That's clearer. I think that's a good.
That works for me.
Okay. That work? How about
and then you can accept Kobe's changes.
Okay. Yeah. Next paragraph.
Okay. So we appreciate the opportunity to provide these policy recommendations and trust instead of hope that they will prove valuable to the state. I like that change. Everybody okay with that? Yeah. And then
Good.
I'm going to read it while Ted, you're changing it so you don't have to read and change
Good.
it.
Excellent. Perfect.
Okay. And then let's see. Yeah. And then in ways that are beneficial to the state's economy, all residents and the environment. So this is all
good.
Better wording. Thank you, Kobe.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Any other changes in that section? No. Okay, so down to origins. Are any changes here? No. Okay, so we can go down below to the commission.
I think there's a title change. I couldn't go fast enough. If you could just remove vice.
Oh, mayor.
Thank you.
Well, when we submit this report, you're
I am already mayor
in January, correct?
No, Heidi, I became mayor on the 8th of December.
Gotcha. Very good.
All right,
Perfect.
excellent.
Thank you.
I thought it was ex officio,
Nah.
Totally earned that title change.
Yes.
Can I?
Yes.
I have something right here.
Sure.
In my mind, this is where the forward begins after the names. It talks about the process and it gives the narrative, but it's less about the recycling system and the changes that need to happen. It's more about the process we went through. So just logically, it sounds like a narrative, like a forward to me. So I would put forward right before this. And I think it makes sense to have it from the chair and vice chair, but if you guys want it from everybody, that's fine too.
I would
opposing thoughts?
All of us on that, but
Yeah, I think if we sign off on it, so from all.
Yeah.
Not then the chair and vice chair would write this section.
Mm-hmm.
That's good to differentiate it.
Yeah.
Any
That
comments
all right?
on this commission paragraph of the new forward or the bullets underneath there? No? Okay, so we can move on.
Yeah, on the second bullet, I have it on the second bullet. It says unobtainably. I think it would be better just say unobtainable and ambitious. That aligns it better.
I like that better.
Spell check
I don't think spell check
apparently
liked it either.
I was actually wondering if unobtainable is necessary there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we were
this
given a
ambitious.
task of getting us to 75% by 2020, and we don't even have a report due until January.
And
Yeah,
Nick,
no, okay.
what is your advice about how we're going to get to 75% by January 1? Please tell me. Yep,
I guess-
unobtainable.
I guess my point is that the goal isn't
Close the
unobtainable. We didn't obtain it.
Close the line.
Just because we didn't obtain it doesn't mean it's unobtainable. But I'm not
By
sure that matters.
2020, it is. It is. By
Well, it's
2020.
by 20. It's okay. I mean,
We
take
can't.
it as a whole.
How about if we use the word unmet instead of unattainable?
That would be good.
Unmet is
Well-
accurate.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, we didn't meet it, but as a commission, our task was to get us to 75% by 2020. That's the way I read the law, and that is not possible. So it's fine, whatever we decide, but I just think that the goal years ago would have been obtainable had we been able to do something then, but we are where we are, so.
Unmet.
Okay.
Just a-
Ambitious and unmet, I would prefer rather than unmet and ambitious. How's that?
And as long as we're wordsmithing, I think that should be recycling rate, not recovery rate, because that's the way CalRecycle refers to it.
Yeah, even though it does include the composting, et cetera, et cetera. But if you want to call it, that's fine.
And the beginning of that sentence as well.
Fine. We all know what we're talking about. Okay.
Anything else in these bullets? Okay, so we can move down to page 4. This first paragraph through although this commission is advisory, blah, blah, blah. Any comments there?
Minor typo. Minor typo. Agendize has a D in the second sentence.
Yeah. Agenize. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh.
I didn't spell check pick that up. That's interesting.
Spell check likes agenized.
Yeah. Gotta call spell check. Okay. Any other comments in this paragraph? Okay, then we move down to the intent of creating the Google Drive. And this is where Kobe's got some comments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had a really minor.
I'm sorry. Heidi, I'm sorry. Hello?
Yep. Put your hand up, you guys, so I can see you if you want to talk about the paragraph we're talking about, because we're not going to be able to use the chat. It's going to get too hard to free flow it. Sure, go ahead, John.
The sentence about the accessibility, it starts with making. Now, I'm unmuted. I'm not sure why I'm not being heard. I turned up my volume.
We can hear you now.
The sentence starts with making documents accessible. Okay. Yeah.
It's later, isn't it?
It's half.
Oh, no, here it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, making.
Making documents accessible. Yeah. All right.
What?
And then timely posting of documents submitted by the public, and those being worked on by commissioners was not allowed by Cal Recycle. So there's something wrong with that clause. I think you take out after public, remove and.
Yeah.
Start a new sentence. Yeah. Those documents worked on by commissioners, those documents.
Add documents.
Those documents worked on, yeah, worked on by commissioners.
Delete being.
And then I don't know what was meant in here. We're not allowed.
Well, that's the law. So maybe we just say we're not legally postable by Cal Recycle.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thanks for catching that, John.
Okay. Does that work?
Can we get rid of the word legally, because it sounds like Cal Recycle broke the law? And we go on. No, the end of the sentence says by law. So.
Okay, so those documents.
I'm sorry, you can leave the by law at the end of required. Yeah.
So let's reread it one more time. Those documents worked on by commissioners were not postable by Cal Recycle, since most documents do not meet the accessibility standards required by law. That makes sense. Thank you. Anything else in this paragraph? Any other changes? Don't see any. Okay, so we can move on to the intent paragraph.
Google Drive is 2 words. Capital D. I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Was to improve access, full commission, and the report is posted and the changes made live and public. Yep. That makes sense. Nonetheless, we've received public records requests that all commissioners provide records of any communication. Yep, John?
After account, well, it says there's improved access to those proposals. It's on the first sentence. I think following full commission, just put a stop and then start the next with the report, right? The report is posted and changes are made live and public. That's better. Okay.
Okay. Due date. The broad nature of the request was burdensome to comply with and takes time away from the work of the commission, but we understand such scrutiny is part of being on a public commission.
I like that change, but the tenses are not in a line, so it should be took time.
Yep. Okay. Great. So that paragraph's done. And then we're starting the paragraph. The good news is the tumultuous events. Is there anybody with comments or edits to this paragraph? John? John?
Yeah, right at the end, I think, yes, fewer greenhouse gas emissions at the end. It says, and greenhouse gas emissions. I think you want to say fewer.
Less travel time, fewer costs that they would have to bear on their own, and fewer greenhouse gas emissions. Yep.
I like reduced better.
Reduced, okay. Reduced, yep. Great. So the next paragraph, instead of abiding, change that to resolute support from CalRecycle staff. And again, we want to thank CalRecycle staff. They've really worked hard to keep up with us.
Yes.
We appreciate them very much. Any other comments there? No? Then we move on to during the first few meetings paragraph. Are there any comments or edits to that paragraph? Seeing none, we can move down to the paragraph starting with the legislation. Creating this commission also aligned us with the following tasks. And then we listed what was in the law. No changes there. I don't see any hands. How about from the outset? Are there any changes to this paragraph? I think we might on the numbers, normally under 10, we would write those out. Like 4 would be, instead of the number 4, it would be 4, and 2 would be TWO. And actually 2 or more, if it's 10 or more, it's usually just the numbers the way I was taught. I don't know if that's
okay.
standard.
Fine. All right. So, but the small ones you write. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Okay. And I just did a back of the envelope calculation for the 1,200, but I actually think it's conservative. Okay, then we're done with this section, right? Or is there any?
Yeah, I think we're done with the forward, and we should do a line break or a page break. Perfect.
Page break, right? Good.
Okay, first let's stop the fires. So these are some changes under context. So the change in this first paragraph that Kobe is suggesting is within minutes. This is what we changed, isn't it, Ted? Or is this what Kobe's changed?
The South Bay, the paragraphs that follow the first one are from Kobe.
Yeah, just hold it right there on that paragraph. Thanks. So within minutes, the fire had spread to a mobile home community, leading to one death and the destruction of dozens of homes. And that is linked to articles. That's why it's blue. Because you asked us to cite those. John?
I was going to ask, do those articles support the statement in the last sentence? That was the question on
the short answer
those
is
articles
no.
indicate that lithium batteries are sustainable.
I looked into that. I did not find any definitive finger pointing.
Well, maybe we just take out that last part of the sentence. The source of the fire is still under investigation.
That's fine.
We were unable to confirm. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just another example of another fire.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's really hard to see the connection of the fire to our work then.
Well,
so
I would say
I think we need a end to that sentence of something like though the source of the fire is under investigation, flammable and hazardous materials pose a major risk. I don't know. I mean, something along those lines.
Just that we're seeing more fires in the system, and we don't know all the causes, but we have to start trying to stop it. Something to that effect.
Something just to make that a complete thought.
I did add a section with more details about actual number of fires in facilities.
Oh, good.
We can read that section. We may even want to bring that up here or refer to it.
Where is that section, Kobe? Is it very far down?
No.
Maybe we should skip to it, Ted, before we write new language.
This is great. I like where Ted was going.
Yeah, we can leave it, and then we just,
Potential sources of fires, including lithium-ion batteries and propane cylinders.
We do know that cylinders have caused death and destruction within the trucks, though, don't we? That's confirmed.
not death, but destruction. We have a link to the Michigan explosion that was directly caused by 3 1-pound propane cylinders. We've got many examples of death caused by people trying to refill non-refillables at home, blowing up their dog and themselves.
So
but
this
they not in the system.
Is that
I think this is a good fair way to say it. Just maybe known potential sounds weird, so maybe just known sources instead of potential.
Yeah, I like that.
I think that's perfect.
Yeah, excellent. Next paragraph, or do we want to skip down to Kobe's paragraph that talks about the numbers that might be pulled up ahead of SBWMA?
I think it actually now connects pretty well. So it's up to you if you want to jump down or just keep reading.
No, that's fine. Let's just stick with. So we actually ran this language by Joe LaMariana at South Bay Waste Management Authority to make sure he was okay with it. So these are his. It's his language. So they furloughed 50 employees because of that fire. Okay, and then again, I highlighted in bold the 5-fold increase in property insurance premiums. John?
Just on the last sentence. Yes, the last sentence on the paragraph above. Could we say SBWMA rather than this agency? When I read it, I was confused. So.
Yeah. Good catch.
SBW. Got to add it.
Thank you. SBWMA. Thank you. All right.
Perfect. So this is Kobe's ad here.
Yes.
Okay, so these are not isolated or rare events and issues. The 2019 Annual Waste and Recycling Facility Fire Report summarizes the waste and recycling industry has experienced 348 reported facility fires in the U.S. and Canada. Additionally, we incurred 52 reported injuries and 5 deaths that can either directly or indirectly, do we want to say be attributed?
That can be either.
Be attributed to these fires. Do you see that, Ted? There, indirectly on the 4th line. Look to the right.
Isn't this a quote? Isn't this a direct quote?
Okay.
So there it is.
Okay, so based on
great ad, Kobe. I like it.
Yeah, it's really good.
Can we strike the last sentence of the quote, because and maybe add in our own sentence instead? Just the "I define" doesn't sound.
Yeah.
Yeah. So end the quote there and say the report defines.
Or this doesn't even account for the numerous fires that have not been reported in the media, that have never been reported, or something like that. Now, okay, well, let's finish that sentence. Ted, I don't think you can make the change where you made it above, because that's part of the direct quote. I think we just need to get rid of that sentence, the report defines.
Yeah, from the report defines to Canada, just delete all that, but keep the closing quotes.
Yep. Keep the closing quotes. I see. That work?
Perfect.
Okay.
Excellent. Great ad. Thanks, Kobe.
I realized I made a footnote for the link, and I could have just linked directly in the report, so you can see the link to the story at the bottom.
Do a direct link in the report.
In the previous section, you don't capitalize lithium ion, so
Thanks, Manuel. I just want to remind the people watching too that when we passed the policy of a double read, it was for the policies, not the report. So we are able to do this live at the last minute, basically. But hopefully, everybody's been seeing this coming for a while.
Okay. Under this paragraph, swift legislative action.
I don't see any hands.
Do we want to say a policy approach known as extended producer responsibility? Because
yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll delete hazardous. It was in there twice.
I also added numbers just so that when you get to the reference at the end, you can
Thank you.
Find it.
We were having a heck of a time with formatting because it started with the accessibility format and we were just really struggling with it. And without admin support for this report, it's been all on us.
But would it be too much hassle to make those links to the individual reports?
Now it would. We don't have time.
We're planning on doing that.
We're going to try and see how far we can get today. Okay, yeah. Second, keep it clean and green. So we added this section, keep it clean and green, because we noticed there were a couple of things we thought were priorities about contamination. And we pulled them up. I hope, if you guys don't like that, that's fine. This first paragraph looks like, Kobe, you've got to change to that sentence. To compost and recycle correctly, we need to establish systems that continually keep those recovery streams clean and manageable. So you don't want to say it's manageable is probably more.
Just because green is, I don't mind it in the heading, but it doesn't have a particular meaning.
You want to say marketable?
I like that. That's what it's about.
The issue is we can't sell it. Which doesn't need a capital, I don't think, since we're not referencing the header.
Yeah, both clean and marketable can be lowercase.
Okay, so that's the first paragraph. Second paragraph, minimizing the amount of contamination, and those two ways. Does anybody have any changes to this section? Is there a reason it's yellow?
I highlighted it because I just think for the average reader, it's going to be very hard to follow exactly what we're saying. And I think Commissioner Osigura said it more succinctly in kind of plain language. I see Commissioner Davis might have a suggestion.
John, I'm sorry.
I actually was wondering about the use of regulation. I don't know why. I'm leaning into my phone yelling. So
there's a delay when you start.
Use of regulations at the end.
Well, maybe before we wordsmith, I actually agree that the way Alex phrased it on the last call was great. So, Alex, if you can verbatim repeat everything you said on Wednesday, word for word.
Give it to us in writing.
That seems like a world ago.
Give it to us in writing. Isn't it in the report, Ted, that we could pull it up here?
He did. This is what he gave us in writing.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent that in writing over to you guys.
Yeah, so that's what we incorporated. So
yeah, the written version was just harder to follow than the way you verbalized it.
Well, if someone during the break wants to reflect on the video and type it in, that would be great if you wanted to change it.
If I said it better when I said it, perfect. I tried to put it back, but
Well, we can leave it in yellow and then during the break have a little bit longer break.
I was thinking.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah. I was thinking policies might be better at the end of the first. I was thinking policies at the first one might be a better term rather than it was regulations. Now it's ordinances. Policies are more generic. So.
Everybody okay with this as it is now?
I'll defer on the second bullet. Use the regular.
I'm going to have it as long as we're talking about this.
For the second bullet, you could replace regulations with requirements. I think that's a little more reasonable or readable.
Yeah.
Okay.
How's that?
I think you want to say discarded.
Thank you. How's that?
I love all these editors. It helps for a much better document.
I have a question about the use of the word discarded, because I think later in the report you use discarded materials to talk about just like curbside collection generally and solid waste management as opposed to reuse. So
right, that's right.
Discard
Confusing
it out.
Here.
You can just take discarded out. Just use material.
Placement of materials.
I think you use the term discarded materials to include source separated recycling later on. So here, I think you're using it as contamination.
So placement of materials into respective streams meeting specifications for recyclables or organic materials established through state, county, and local.
Wait, that's proper, right? We're talking about contamination. So
it should be the opposite.
Incorrect placement.
Not meeting, right?
Yeah, or
incorrect placement or not meeting.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I mean, are we talking about incompatible materials here?
Yes, we're talking about contaminant.
Yeah, so maybe we can say incompatible with the streams that meet specifications, you know.
Okay, how's that?
Yeah.
You can repeat it.
No other changes? I think that reads a lot better.
Do we need the word respective?
Well, into stream sounds like they're being thrown in a river or something. Separated. Placement of incompatible materials into separated streams. Does that make sense? Is everybody happy with this? No? Deborah thinks this doesn't make sense. What would you suggest, Deborah?
I don't know, but that doesn't read. Does that read right for everybody else? Because that doesn't read right for me.
Placement of incompatible materials into separated streams, not meeting specifications for recyclables or organic materials established. Okay, so placement of incompatible materials into separated streams for recovery, but not meeting specifications for recyclables or organic materials established through state, county, and local policies. Does that read better? I see Commissioner Schneider's hands up.
I'm just saying, can we see the line above it? Because that's leading into 1 and 2.
Yeah, recovery streams can be contaminated in 2 ways. So placement of incompatible materials into separated streams for recovery, but not meeting the specifications for recyclables or organic materials established through local, state, and county policies, and then including materials into recycling programs that do not meet recyclability or compostability regulations. I'm just not sure it's regulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, so regulations should say requirements.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the first sentence, if it make it a little bit more readable if we replace but not meeting with in violation of.
Excellent.
Well, violation sounds very legal.
Right.
But maybe through the chair, maybe that's what local government officials and their contract managers need to hear. You know, we are change. This is a significant change, 15 materials.
Okay. Well, I think if we're done with this, then we could, Commissioner Ferrante?
Yeah, can we just simplify it and say incompatible materials that do not meet the specifications for recyclable and organic materials established through state, county, and local policies? I don't think we need that part where they're put in. I think that's implied. Just say incompatible materials that do not meet the specifications.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. Good.
That's cleaner.
Excellent.
Good. So we can take the yellow off and we're good?
That's better.
Well done. Okay. So we'll move on to the next section, which starts with the commission recommends. And this section, Kobe, you've got a couple of changes here. This is what we're recommending. You added and SB 1335 in the interim to that section. Hand up, Commissioner Davis.
Yes, apparently I'm on a delay. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Go up above to the intro. The term must, I mean, are we going to make this a must? The commission recommends if you took must out, it would still be appropriate. The must, I think, is maybe an overreach.
Okay.
Okay.
I have another comment on that first introduction sentence.
Okay.
I like it. It's just so this list of contamination issues, I think, is a broader problem than just the government agencies, and I'd like to kind of open it up so it's not just state, local, and all of our government agencies should be doing these things. If there's any way to open that sentence up, so the commission recommends, jurisdictions, or we can leave it as it is. I think it's written well, but somehow work in producers' responsibilities or broadening that so it's not just focused on what the governments have to do.
Similarly, I was thinking we add an extra number here on hold producers responsible.
Yeah.
That would work. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
For the end of life management of the. Yeah, hold producer responsible for the end of life management. Or okay, whatever.
I would hold producers responsible for their role in creating products that have, instead of a burden, I would say have to have an end of life management plan. Basically, they don't put things on the market unless they know what's going to happen to it, and they're helping ensure that there's a place for it that's not disposal.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
It's an have an end of life.
Have an end of life? How is everybody with that sentence? Because that's a big add. Hold producers responsible for their role in creating products that have an end of life management plan. Is everybody comfortable with that?
Could that be interpreted as fine? We'll just landfill it.
Well, that's the crux of the issue we will be facing. Absolutely.
Do you want to throw in? I'm sorry.
I'd say this is narrative, so I'm not too worried about that because, in some cases it is disposal, like in the case of pharmaceuticals. So I think if you were writing regulations, I agree, but I think from a bullet point perspective.
Okay, so we can big add there. Thank you. So the next paragraph, I'm not seeing any of their hands on that section. So we can move on. Oh, okay. Commissioner Davis.
Could you go back up, Ted, to number 1? There. Do we want to? The parenthetical phrase at the end bothers me, and because it's relying on definitions that aren't in law, do we just want to say that are not recyclable or compostable, and then explain what the commission's doing? Because it says yet to be finalized in law, but they follow the proposal established in the interim. That's an awkward statement, especially they.
Can we drop it?
I mean, we really just want, we only want materials that are recyclable or compostable. I know we're using this recycling program to include organics as well. But.
So maybe reword the whole bullet to say only include recyclable or compostable materials in curbside collection programs.
Curbside and commercial, in residential and commercial collection programs or collection programs.
Just collection, yeah.
Should that also say at 75% of the state's population, whatever the verbiage is in the law that created us?
The 75% is the goal, but it's not, the threshold.
Then let me rephrase. If it's going to match the recommendation of the materials that are in and those that are local, do you want to reflect that concept here?
Why don't we add the word truly? Here? Why don't we say only include truly recyclable or compostable materials?
Well, truly, that's pretty.
Well, and it's a challenge to local government. We can't really know whether it's truly recycled. We only know it's been exported. So that's part of the challenge
they're looking for guidance. I mean, the locals are looking for guidance on how to define this. And so is the legislature. That's why they formed this commission.
How about verifiably?
Yeah, still, I agree with the sentiment.
I like that. That's stronger, I think. Is everybody okay with that? Only include verifiably recyclable or compostable materials in recycling collection programs.
Yeah, good morning. I like verifiable.
Who's going to verify it?
Yeah, verifiable, because thanks to Google Earth, you can fly anywhere in the world on your laptop. And somebody needs to know the address or the location of the facility and look at it, but they need to talk to their buyers, and their buyers need to have somebody in their organization that has firsthand knowledge of the facilities where the material is going to, and not just a port of destination someplace. So it needs to be verified where this facility is.
Hey, Jeff, were you suggesting that you preferred the use of the word verifiable to verifiably, or were you agreeing? Just grammatically is why I'm asking.
I'm agreeing with the word
verifiably recycled.
Yeah.
With a Y?
Yes.
I think grammatically that makes more sense.
Verifiably recyclable.
Okay. All right.
And they have to ask the questions of the facilities that they're sending the material. What are they doing with the non-recyclable material?
I think that's in our plastics policy a bit. We talk about that. Okay, well, if we're done with that section, I think that was, Commissioner Schneider?
All of these are very much based on the work that we've been doing, and there's not a lot of reuse or source reduction in any of this. That may be okay if we can modify this in July.
Well, we've got a whole section on that, and actually it's disproportionately large to the rest of some of the sections. So if we keep going, I think you'll be pleased with some of the work Ted did on this. Okay, Commissioner Davis, and then Commissioner Lapis.
Yeah, Ted, I'm sorry. Could you go back up to 6? I just want to.
Suggestion?
Okay, something changed. So, no, something changed from the version I looked at. So.
Okay.
Develop a method
Okay, it's fine. Thank you.
It's fine? Okay. And Commissioner Lapis?
I have 2 things in this next paragraph. In the second sentence, again, the issue I raised earlier about destined for disposal should probably be accounted for in California's disposal. So I don't want to imply that more stuff is being thrown away necessarily. Yeah. Will be accounted
So
for.
a portion of the waste stream that cannot meet those standards will be, we add B, accounted for as increased California disposal.
Maybe as an increase in California disposal?
Be counted as an increase in California, yeah. Commissioner Kalpikoff, I know this is very important to you, so hopefully this language works. Is he on?
No, in California.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
for local communities, or yeah, for California
communities.
Yeah.
For California community. Yeah, California.
That makes sense. Okay. And then the last sentence is the only one I really had a major issue with in the whole report. I don't think we had agreed to saying that the commission recommends the department pursue good faith effort pathways for future AB 939 enforcement. I strongly disagree with that sentence. I would recommend. I think the second half of the sentence is fine. The first half is a major policy recommendation that we had not talked about. So I would recommend saying the commission recommends that the department develop and provide additional tools.
Yeah, I agree. We don't have time to have that debate right now with all the stuff we still have to go over, and that's a very big policy piece. Commission recommends that Cal Recycle
develop and provide.
Yep. Good catch.
You okay with that?
That's great. Thank you.
Yep. There's something in the line above. It looks like an extra space or something, or maybe an extra comma.
Just before that, I think we need to acknowledge that, yes, there is a conflict between our current diversion goals, our recycling goals, and where things are headed. And that good faith effort, otherwise, there's a conflict. We just need to acknowledge that.
Okay, so time check. We're about an hour and 15 minutes in. And we've got, we're now getting into the meat of the proposals. So we'll go through, I think this will go a little faster, this section, because it's basically just giving a little context and then getting into the actual proposals. And then once we finish this report, we can always go back and change it when we get to the proposals. For example, if we decide we don't want one proposal in, it's not ready, or we're going to, we could change it. But I think the meat of it is done. So good work. So now we've got the 2 key proposals at the top. And are those numbered? Yeah, I guess they are numbered correctly. Precautionary principle 3. And is that the correct spelling of principle? I know the spell check, I had to fix it this morning. Yeah, okay. Problem products. And then getting there from here. Anybody? Well, we're bouncing around a lot. I'm going to get. Yeah, oh, I see what you're doing. Thanks. Okay, so the next paragraphs, I think we had gone over this section quite a bit, so it should be pretty good. Okay, the context. So this is anybody have changes to this paragraph other than %? Okay, and these, I want to highlight, Ted, these slides are different. Yeah. We updated them based on the Cal Recycle presentation Tuesday from the disposal data. So they are now the most current slides and charts, showing that we've dropped to 37% in 2019. Just want to make sure everybody sees that. This one has stayed the same, this pie chart, because I wasn't able to find a more current one. So again, okay, so how did we get here? That paragraph, Commissioner Lapis?
Before we get to the how do we get here? So I've in the past copied similar slides, and in the future, and then down the line, I can't remember what meeting it was from or what date it was accurate on. So if there's any way we could add a footnote, as presented on X date, or just something along those lines, because I had this issue last week where somebody asked me where I got a chart from, and I remember it was from a CalRecycle presentation, but I couldn't even tell you what year it was.
I don't have time to go back and figure out the 2018 one, but I can tell you where I just pulled that other one, and that was from the presentation Tuesday, so we can certainly footnote that one. This one, I don't know where it's
as presented
that
by
came from Jared Blumenfeld's first presentation.
Okay, so we'll add them if we can quickly find them.
Yeah, if we can. Okay. Not the end of the world, but.
Question?
Yes.
I used that 37% when I was updating my city manager. And if I were reading this as a state legislator, the first thing I'm going to go to is, well, that must be some other part of California, not my part. Is there a link that we could add to the report that goes to a website that is updated by region, by county, however that is? Or because everybody's going to start trying to figure out what's really happening in their own backyard.
We are very limited in time at this point, and I don't have any idea where we would find that information. Does anybody know where that is? I don't think that's even available by region.
Okay.
Well, they do have the jurisdiction by jurisdiction numbers on CalRecycle. I can pull up that link during a break if you want. We can.
If we're going to try to help them find that. Because it'll be an eye-opener with my recycling coordinator continuing up until a month and a half ago saying, oh, we're over 70%. I think this is going to come as a surprise to most electeds.
All right, well, it has to be done during this meeting. So if somebody could go find that and send us the link, then Ted and I can add it during the break.
One quick question. So by the definition of recycling by CalRecycle, does that include composting?
It would, yes.
Can we make that clear? Because that's really a high level thing that most people just put a little asterisk and make a statement in here. And every time we say recycling, we should have an asterisk that says composting, because that's definitely confusing. It's confusing to me.
This is the reason why I use the word recovery. Recovery includes any discard that's separated for further recovery. So calling it all recycling implies that the composting doesn't exist, and it's included in the recycling.
Right. But CalRecycle calls it recycling, and we can't change their slides. We can't change their nomenclature. So if we just define and keep putting asterisks that says recycling includes composting, please. Thank you.
We have to do it during this meeting, though, so we'll do our best as we go to do that. But again, the people reading this report typically are the legislators and CalRecycle. It's not.
So I looked
up the link. At the same time, then, is it the inclusion of inerts?
Oh, go ahead.
Composting and source reduction. It's source reduction, recycling, composting that they refer to as a recycling rate.
Right.
And it includes inerts, which is really what kicks it up. Is that how local recycling coordinators can still assume that we're achieving high rates because we're throwing in heavy materials?
Inerts are.
I'm just going back to what Commissioner Dell said.
Material, recycling, and composting are process and source reduction. So it's kind of, I think, apples and oranges.
No, I think the problem is we're looking at curbside predominantly, and inerts are not typically curbside. And that's going to make people question the 37% number. So just footnote it that this.
I added that, so it's not a footnote.
Okay.
So which includes source reduction and composting. So we got that, and we'll continue. If you can see, Jan, if there's other places, make sure we get that comment in there. Yep.
Can we go back to the beginning of context or above the charts? Sure. So Okay, so the second sentence, the graphs that follow demonstrate that while California's communities have made great strides in recycling in some respects over the years, we can make that part a link to the thing that Ann was asking for, and I put the link in the chat.
Oh, great. Thank you. Very helpful.
Maybe, yeah, or maybe California's communities would be starting from California's communities.
Trying to copy your link.
That's great. Live report writing with 17 people. This is nothing short of a miracle, really.
That's exactly.
Doing a really good job.
Nothing short of a miracle. Yes.
It's our Christmas miracle. Or holiday miracle, I should say.
California's communities have made great strides. I think that's a good place to link it.
Yeah.
California's have made great strides. Hang on.
Okay.
All right. So
I should just take a second, get that in there. Well, you know how to do the hyperlink, right?
I didn't rename it, so it's a long link.
Okay, it's fine. We can.
All right.
Yeah, instead of
There it is.
parenthetical, you can let's get this buttoned up. So why don't you select the language from California to years?
Okay. Hang on just a second.
And then right click.
Yeah.
Okay. California
select the
years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then right click. And
insert the hyperlink at the bottom, the link where it says link. There you go. And then you just put it right in there, Ted, paste.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay. So we can now go back.
There we go.
One more delete.
Hey.
There you go.
Excellent. So we're on page 8. We're going back down to where we were with the charts. Okay, so we've got through the charts. We're going to put where we got those. And we can do that at the break. We've got this change about AB 2020 in 1986. Any other changes to this paragraph on California's materials recovery, or this one, California has deposits for beverage containers?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Davis?
Yes. Hello?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. On the paragraph up, the first paragraph jumped over. Yeah. So, and the last sentence, there was actually a reduction in tonnage in the early years of AB 939, and then tonnage began to creep up again. So, I guess, yeah, that did not substantially. That's always been noteworthy to me because it showed program effectiveness for a while. That then began to erode. So, I'd like to acknowledge that there was an initial decrease in tonnage. But I'm okay with it the way it is. But I'm just.
While these programs initially.
If anybody else wants to call out the initial.
While these programs initially reduced the tonnage of materials landfilled.
Disposal.
Disposal.
That's a good point, John, because I think what we missed is that we never did source reduction. Therefore, there's only so much you can do at the back end. And if we don't get source reduction, the number's going to creep back up again.
Increased generation led to... I
think it was also a failure of commercial collection.
While these programs initially reduced the disposal tonnages, over time, disposal has continued to increase.
Yeah, maybe get rid of that, the rest of the sentence.
Yeah. And we don't need to get into why, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it does kind of make the point that source reduction matters.
And then yeah, and so do commercial programs, which may have been so do C&D programs, and organics programs. So there's a lot of reasons. Okay, thank you. Also, you asked about that. There was the chart up above shows the chart up above showing characterization. I think comes from the 2018 waste characterization report. So if you're trying to find the source for it, that's likely where it came from.
Thank you. All right, so we've got California, the last paragraph here. California has deposits for beverage containers and funds collected. Any changes to this paragraph or comments? Okay, seeing none, we're on to page 11. Starting with when AB 939 made local governments responsible. Any changes to this paragraph? And we highlighted, bolded, the number of bottle bill buyback centers has fallen by over a third since 2013. We thought that was an important data point to call out. Okay, seeing none, moving on. California has made efforts to increase demand. This is SABRAC paragraph. Any changes to this? Seeing none, then we'll move on to the addition by Commissioner Sky. Investing in the state's recycling system will stimulate the economy and provide good green jobs. However, funding is needed to make this happen. The state is facing a recycling crisis with high rates of contamination of collected recycled materials. This was brought to light following China's aggressive new standards that prohibited the importation of mixed bales of recyclables and set new, more stringent contamination limits. In response to these new limits, recycling facilities were pressed expend more effort to recover a lower volume of clean material that ultimately has a lower commodity value. As a result, recycling operations are struggling to remain viable and more material is being landfilled instead of recycled. This is directly related to the closure of nearly 1,000 recycling centers in California since 2013. Is everybody okay with that paragraph?
I love it.
I love it too.
That's great.
So we can accept that one. And this is why I read it aloud in case I want to make sure everybody, one, hears it, and two, if we catch any typos. Reducing short-lived climate pollutants is a priority for the state, which led to the establishment of aggressive targets to reduce organic, waste disposal in landfills and methane emissions produced from organic waste. However, California lacks enough infrastructure to meet those targets. CalRecycle estimates that the total cost to implement statewide, Okay, so we're correcting, there we go. So that first sentence now reads, reducing short-lived climate pollutants is a priority for the state, which led to the establishment of aggressive targets to reduce organic waste disposal in landfills, methane emissions generated by organic waste in landfills. That's too many landfills, maybe. Reduce organic
I agree, too many landfills.
Okay, so there we go on that. So then the last sentence, however, California lacks enough infrastructure to meet the targets. CalRecycle estimates the total cost to implement the statewide organic waste regulations established pursuant to SB 1383 is approximately $40 billion, including a capital investment of nearly $4 billion to develop infrastructure. Is there any citation of this data? Because those are big statements and they're important.
I can.
So it's actually it's 38 billion, but near approximately 40 is close enough. But we should definitely say over the next decade, because I think that's the timeline. Nearly $40 billion over the next decade. Is that right?
Yes.
Can someone correct me if that's wrong? Yeah.
And where do we get that data?
It's from CalRecycle's financial impact analysis report. I will find the link and put it in the chat.
That would
so we can highlight that in yellow and then, so we'll come back and hyperlink it. Okay.
Comments on that?
I think all the way down, I mean, where it says expanding EPR, whether we talk about stewardships, producer responsibility as SROs, I think, EPR is a very broad term, for me. Could I support, expanding EPR? I think, incorporating EPR programs or producer responsibility programs, I would feel more comfortable with that kind of wording than expanding. I don't know what expanding EPR means.
Okay.
Can I suggest we say expanding producer responsibility? I think everybody.
I could, yes, I'd like that.
Absolutely.
That's fine. I might even add to that sentence. So it's responsibilities and state support and investments are both needed to create a circular economy. To me, it's produce responsibilities and their funding, because that's really part of the problem. Is we don't have funds. I don't know how to say that. I just don't want to put it on the state that we have to make all the investments.
Well, I would change responsibilities to responsibility. We want to increase how much the producers are responsible.
Mm-hmm.
So expanding producer responsibility and state support for recovery programs.
How about expanding producer responsibility and investments and state support? And that way the state support is not for investments.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank you. So we can accept that sentence before we move back up?
I'd like to remove the last sentence again, green jobs and sustainable circular economy. I think it would be better if we bring it back directly to what we're doing. Recovery programs are needed to create green jobs and a working recovery system.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
I added the link to the report if you want to go back to the.
Can I
Okay, so while he's adding the link, Commissioner Davis?
I have a comment. Well, yeah, we need to go back to what was just modified.
Okay, let him do the link first. We'll get that done and then.
Okay. Yeah, I think the sentence just became complex.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so the expanding producer responsibility, is this the one you want to talk about?
Yeah, it now says expanding producer responsibility and investments and state support for recovery programs are all needed. It just seems like we've conjuncted two things. So, yeah, put a semicolon at least.
Plus, or maybe additionally, state support.
Or as well as?
Or well as, yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Excellent. See head nods. Good. Okay, so the next paragraph. The Legislative Analyst's Office has consistently reported, most recently in 2016, that funding for recycling and organic waste management is the most cost-effective method for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as low as $4 per ton of greenhouse gas emissions, while having the co-benefits of reducing other air pollutants and short-lived climate pollutants, creating green jobs and bringing other improvements. Despite these findings, funding has remained a complicated and elusive matter. The state has only provided $140 million in grants and loans to develop organics infrastructure. Billions of dollars are needed to place the state on a trajectory to meet its aggressive but critically needed climate, environmental, quality of life, and health and safety goals. I think that's very well written. Are there any changes or?
That's fantastic. I would just maybe spell out greenhouse gas, at least in the first.
Don't we do that at the very beginning of the report, Ted? We can do a check on that, make sure that the first one is abbreviated.
Then it's fine.
Yeah, maybe just highlight it.
Well stated.
Thank you.
Do you need a comma after the second to the last line after needed, but critically needed climate, environmental quality of life, and health and safety goals.
No, you do need it. It's a separate clause.
But critically needed, comma. Okay.
Yeah. It's because you could remove that whole clause to meet its aggressive climate, environmental quality, etc.
Right.
Got it.
It just brings to my mind, and I'm just going to throw it out there, that we're talking a lot of money to deal with these organics. And I guess one of the things we haven't talked about is source reduction of organics, as far as getting people incentivizing, getting rid of grass and certain other ways but that's a whole nother thing, I guess. It seems like
we have that section.
Yeah, we have that section coming up, don't we?
There is a section.
Oh, good. Okay, I just want to make sure we've got all that. I haven't been able to follow the organics committee stuff. Okay, so the next really good paragraph, Kobe, thank you. So this one is recycling should be prioritized. I think you mean to add to stimulate the economy, right?
Right.
Create green jobs and provide the most cost-effective greenhouse gas emissions reduction strategy.
I think instead of the most, how about A?
Provide a cost-effective. Okay. Can you add to before stimulate the economy? Prioritize to. Thanks. Anybody else have any edits to this?
Just a quick thought. Given
Ted,
Kobe's really great.
Yes?
Commissioner Davis raised his hand, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the delay again. Ted, I think rather than put a strategy, I would put strategies plural. I don't think we're going to have a strategy. So.
Yeah.
Good.
And then I lost the visual for a while. There was a reference in the early, or at least the draft I saw early this morning, about recycle store. Is that still in here?
That's in the next.
I think I'm in the right place.
I think it's in the next section.
It is?
I think it's in the next section.
Yeah, and I'd like to go back to the change you just made. That didn't make sense to me.
All right.
So.
There it is. So there's the recycle store.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you wanted?
Did I jump ahead? I can't find recycle store. I went to the Cal Recycle's. No, I went to Cal Recycle's website. I can't find it.
Okay.
I'm not sure it still exists.
Let's get back to that when we get to that paragraph, because I think we're almost finished. And the change you just made, I had a question on it.
Okay, I'm sorry I jumped ahead.
It's okay. It's hard to keep track of all this. Recycling should be prioritized to stimulate the economy, create green jobs, and provide cost-effective GHG emissions reduction strategies. That doesn't read right to me.
Emission reduction.
Yeah, just take the S off.
There you go.
Okay.
Before we move on to the other proposal, to that, so I really like the stuff that Kobe added, and I feel like it tells a cohesive story, because the beginning of the section starts with the history of local governments and how we got there, and it kind of ends to where we are right now. This makes a lot of sense as the first section. Is there any way we could put this before the fires? As much as I like the narrative of fires being top of our mind, I just think it all kind of ends up reading better if we swap them.
I don't know. I'm worried about
first.
The main thing. Let's make sure everything's in here first, and we can go back and decide if we want to reshuffle the deck, because I'm getting worried we're going to have time to go back to the policies, if that's okay. Okay.
Yeah,
at least it's in here, and I think it's excellent wording and additions. We can just, let's go back to that. And then go to other proposals, please, in that section. So we added, so this is Kobe's add of other proposals.
I put that as a heading, and I highlighted it green because I think it should be just above the other three committees. Because we have more narrative just below that, and I think the narrative should stay together.
Okay.
And then what we're saying here is due to time constraints, there were two things we couldn't take. I think that makes sense to move to be just before we list all the other recommendations by committee. Does anyone have a concern about that?
So let's read it. So other proposals, due to time constraints, the commission could not, and this is the language that was already there. So you're just relocating it.
Exactly right.
Now, Kobe, I think in that section, Ted, we added the language that's not in there at this moment because it wasn't just the refillable bottle program and the labeling system. It was also the PET that we had to add the thermoforms language,
right.
and also the recycled, the link to the recycling source document we added.
Do you want to copy that from your version, Commissioner Ward?
I will. I hesitate to try to do that all at once.
I agree. Let's just make a note and highlight it so we can go back to it. Like on the break, you and I can go finish it because this really has to be finished live. So everybody can see the final before we adopt it and we can take public comments. Okay. And you can put PET or the thermoforms and the source reduction document, I think is where that was. Okay, thanks. And then the Market Development Committee recommendations, yes.
Heidi, with the other proposals, if you could have label systems for products and post-consumer management before prioritizing refillable bottles in the bottle bill program, because they are important, but they're a very small component. I think labeling is going to be a much higher priority than
they weren't ordered in level of priority in this. They were just listed as, but that's, I don't care.
I understood, but when somebody's reading it, they might think that we want a much higher priority on refillable bottles than a labeling system that would help with contamination and curbside programs.
Okay.
Yeah, and that line in the first sentence, instead of saying commission could not complete 2 policies, maybe we just put several policies.
Yeah. Yep. On several policies. So continues plural, I think. Okay. Continues to work on several policies. Thank you. That's good. All right, so we'll go back and add that the thermoforms and refillables would be added, or no, the refillables we've already got in there. There's the thermoforms. Okay.
Davis has his hand raised.
Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Davis. I can't hear you, John.
Sorry.
Go ahead. There you are.
I think rather than those being before one, I think we should say including, particularly with that addition. There are other things in the works, but
yeah.
Excellent.
Okay.
Great. So other proposals. We're going to add that language about the thermoforms.
And then on the yeah. Sorry. I'm jumping ahead to the market development recommendations portion.
Well, that's where we're going next. So let's go down there because I think we've got this section. Just have to go back and add.
It seems to me I didn't feel it was worth mentioning committees at every point because we have them everywhere. Committee. These are our market development recommendations. That's the committee to do that.
That's fine.
Yeah, I have.
Although they've been adopted by the commission.
Right.
Right.
I would delete it myself. What do you think?
Yeah.
Everybody okay with that?
Same thing for the other sections.
Okay, because we're all approving this. This is a consensus document. Commissioner Dunleavy?
Yeah, again, just going back up, bullet point 2, if we could drop the word prioritizing refillables, just have addressing refillable bottles in the bottle bill program.
Maybe supporting,
yeah. Just so somebody does not read it and think that we need to prioritize refillables over the many other issues in the bottle bill program.
A lot of them. Got it.
Yeah.
Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, so are we on market development recommendations?
Yes.
I think we're on market development recommendations, and I have some context. I noticed some of the other sections included context. There was language in the early versions of the report, but it didn't get picked up. And Ted, I sent you this morning what I'm proposing, but I can also, I could pull it up on my screen if you don't have it.
I'll look for that and pull it in if you want to start talking about it.
Yeah, if you want to show, can I show my screen and we can?
Yeah, let me stop
background
sharing.
language on market development.
Stop sharing and then start pulling that up.
Okay. I think you were looking for this background. Are you seeing mine?
Yep. We are. So SB 1066 was enacted in 1997. Is that the declaring that market development is the key to increase? So
Yes.
This language was already in the old version, the longer version?
It's actually, it's in statute. Yeah.
No, but what
well, it was, and then it was updated at the committee.
So this is all new language then? So we need to all read this aloud and approve. So this would be the introduction to the
it
market
serves as
development.
context, and so the.
Okay, so let's read it to make sure everybody's okay with this, because this would get plopped in. Ted would cut and paste this and put it right at the beginning of the market development section. So SB 1066 was enacted in 1997, finding and declaring that market development is the key to increase cost-effective recycling. Market development includes activities that strengthen demand by manufacturers and end-use consumers for recyclable materials collected by municipalities, nonprofits, and private entities. Developing markets for recyclable materials creates opportunities that will reindustrialize California. The need to develop those markets is magnified by unpredictable export conditions that disrupted material flows for California recyclers. I think there's a period there. I'd add that. The recycling market development is the interface between private investment and public incentives. State and local initiatives create ongoing supplies of materials for recycling and organics processing, which yields commodity feedstocks for manufacturing and land application. Investment risk reflects the degree to which material supplies are sustained or increased, likely demand for recovered feedstocks, cost to permit, construct, and operate compared to alternative locations. Is everybody okay with that language so far? As context for market development, looks like it. Okay, thumbs up. So SB 1066 called for demand-focused comprehensive market development plan addressing 4 goals, period. The commission is charged with issuing, we're gonna have to scroll up so we can see the rest of this, with issuing policy recommendations to achieve the market development goals of PRC, section blah, blah, blah. The 4 market development goals are addressed in the following recommendations. That's a nice introduction. Is everybody okay with that? Yep. All right, so we can go ahead and cut and paste that into the document.
And that's done, and I'm ready to share my screen again.
Excellent. You're just too slow, Ted. We just need you to speed up.
I will.
No, really excellent. Amazing work.
And they say writing reports by commission can't be done.
Proving them wrong. We're doing it. Okay.
Chair Sanborn, you have 2 pending public comments as well in the chat box.
Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't. Okay, very good. Why don't you go ahead? Well, again, okay, so one of the things I forgot to say at the beginning of the meeting is I really hope everybody who's submitting comments will say what your comment is about. It's very hard for the staff of CalRecycle to determine what the comment is to. If you say, this is a comment about the report language, this is a comment about policy X, that would very much help us so that we can move quickly through the report first. So you can start with a comment in case it is about the report. We'll take it. If it's not, we'll hold it until the policy discussions.
Okay, we have 2 comments from Doug Kobold of the California Product Stewardship Council. The paragraph, page 10 or 11 of the draft on the screen. The subject is titled Getting There From Here section of report. The paragraph, page 10 or 11 of the draft on the screen, reading California has required extended producer responsibility EPR programs for specific products, including painting stains and architectural coatings, carpet, mercury thermostats, mattresses, sharps, and pharmaceuticals. Each EPR program is administered by a different stewardship organization overseen by CalRecycle under rules defined by the enabling legislation. Should be revised to read, California has required product stewardship programs for specific products, including paint, carpet, and mattresses. Also, extended producer responsibility, EPR, programs for mercury thermostats, mattresses, sharps, and pharmaceuticals. Each product stewardship or EPR program is administered by a different stewardship organization overseen by CalRecycle under rules defined by the enabling legislation. And then
so before you move on, let's address this. So I actually agree with Doug that basically a pure EPR model, the way we think of it, is the internalized costs where the producers actually pay, and stewardship programs are where the producers really aren't paying. It's a public fee that they manage. And so, but it's up to, I think there's so much confusion about what EPR and product stewardship is or is not. Are you guys comfortable making that differentiation?
Chair Sanborn, if I could, I'd like the commission to get through the report, and then if there's any public comments on the report, they be submitted after the report is completed. If we're going to take public comments and start incorporating them into the report, we're going to be here for quite some time. So I would like to see if the commission can get through the report, and then the public is welcome to respond in writing and submit their comments that can be considered at a later date.
I'm sorry, but unfortunately, this report is done today, live. So the only time they're going to get a chance to edit is now. And public comments, we were required by law to take before we submit. So Commissioner Sky, did you want to say something?
This is a simpler way to fix it. We could say as required EPR or product stewardship programs.
Mm-hmm. And that would address it, yep.
And then delete EPR in the second sentence. You could just say each program.
I think that's a very clean way to address it without much time at all. Great. And did somebody else have a comment on this section? Commissioner Davis?
Actually, I have a comment down below on this is where the recycle store was, my earlier comment.
Okay.
It's in the very next sentence, yes. I don't believe a recycle store exists any longer. There is a recycled content product manufacturers directory. But if we refer to something that you can't find, it just seems...
yeah, good point.
So the recycled content product manufacturers directory. Yeah. The recycled, it's capitalized, but recycled content product manufacturers directory, which should be capitalized as, yeah.
So RCPMD would be all capitalized? Okay.
Yeah, and no hyphen, just to be.
Okay. I'm going to suggest, though, that we do hold the public comment till we're finished the rest of the public comments, Audrey. So we did get through Doug's, and we'll have to go back to those after we get through the rest of the report, because I think people may, if we change sections, they may change their comment as well. So I think that point from Commissioner Dunleavy is well taken. Okay. So, but we do have to take public comments on this report for sure. Okay. This section 5 through 11 now, we added, again, In the draft we sent yesterday, we had missed the plastic waste export restrictions and the carpet stewardship and flooring. Again, we haven't gone through carpet stewardship and flooring yet, and we have to agree on that. Otherwise, it would be removed. But that is what we have for the policies for market development. Waste prevention, the context here, some suggested changes from Commissioner Sky, that HHW programs to maximize collection and document diversion of such materials from disposal. I think that reads much better. Waste prevention programs are rare and in part due to challenges in measuring what does not happen and lack of program funding. Is everybody okay with those changes? Okay, we'll just accept those. Anybody else have changes in this paragraph? Waste prevention context, okay. So the next paragraph, starting, though waste prevention is the top priority by law, and for this commission, we have been asked to provide specific recommendations on how to improve our discard. We'll have to scroll down whenever. Excellent, it's getting all cleaned up. Our discard management system, but not so much about how waste could be prevented. The ambitious goals to manage 75% of organics without landfilling does, however, have some specific organics waste prevention aspects. Does anybody have any comment on that or on this next paragraph under food waste prevention? No, I think we've gone over this one before. Next paragraph, or that whole section, I guess. Okay. I added the link to the Pacific Coast Collaborative so people could find that, and also to the CalRecycle tools. Food rescue. Are there any? Oh, there's Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, on food waste prevention, it's probably part of the collaborative report, but it's also reducing, purchasing by residents. So right up at the top, it talks, one of the big reductions is just educating residents about their purchasing habits. And I don't see that reference in here.
Reducing unnecessary purchases or something along those lines, maybe.
Yeah.
Over purchasing, yeah.
It's the whole supply chain. Yeah, and I don't know. There's the whole supply chain issue from growing to harvesting to storing to transporting to residential purchasing, and we're kind of focused on small portions of that. So I don't know if it's important, but I could craft language if we wanted.
I think it is important because the header is food waste prevention, and we literally did not mention prevention. It was all rescue. So,
well, yes.
Yeah. So what if we start or somewhere here say food is lost throughout the supply chain, from production to harvesting, processing, transport, to purchase.
Everybody okay with that? Okay, so we've got that first sentence. Anything else, Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, and then yeah, in the next one I would add waste prevention activities can range from shops or smart shopping, or using shopping habits, whatever you want to call them. So, good.
Okay, got that in there.
To in-home. Yeah, to in-home storage.
Okay.
Then we could get rid of the phrase I suggested.
To food preparation. To food preparation.
And I hate to nitpick, but we have to have that many twos in the first sentence. There's like a whole bunch of twos.
Yeah.
You just put a comma in between.
Yeah, and I started.
Yeah.
Uh,
At this other sentence. In the case of food and organic materials, waste prevention activities can range from smart shopping, I wouldn't do a comma there, to in-home storage, comma, reducing over foodstuffs, comma, gleaning, and then just do commas so we don't have, yeah.
Yeah, to in-home storage and preparation.
And then we can strike the next phrase.
Yeah. I mean, that may be enough. I mean, we could talk about commercial. Yeah.
And then on the first line, if we can go back, the last two should be a comma.
Right after processing.
Okay. Any other comments on this paragraph? Good work. Okay, so the next paragraph, another strategy to reduce food waste generation at the source. Let's provide outreach. No comments there unless somebody see hands. Then we go on to furthermore. Any comments there? Otherwise, we move on to food rescue. Okay, food rescue. Any comments in the food rescue section?
I have a comment on the second paragraph.
Okay.
The second sentence of the second paragraph, we actually don't have specialty uses such as coffee grounds or spent grains for growing mushrooms considered higher in our hierarchy. It's actually kind of a point of contention, but in California's hierarchy, it's should probably read food rescue hierarchies prioritize diverting food for people, then for livestock, and only then for composting and other activities and other recovery activities or something like that. But I would get rid of the mushroom stuff.
Still a higher, better use. It is.
Not according to Public Resources Code. And actually, it's part of a bigger fight that has nothing to do with mushrooms. But
we'll have more time to flesh this out too for July, as long as you think this is accurate now. Okay. We link to the grants, so we can go down into the next section.
Other recycling activities.
Can I comment?
Yep.
Recovery, recycling. Yeah.
Commissioner Davis.
Do we want to say animals, or do we want to say animals instead of livestock, or animals, for feeding animals? Livestock is, to me, it's pretty specific.
For animal feed.
Animal feed, and then up above. I'm sorry, because I was searching. Yeah, and then in the section up above, real quick, would be well, we can do it later, but this on the calorie cycle is suspended a variety of outreach tools. There's also a really successful United Kingdom program called Love Food, Hate Waste that addresses residential consumption. And if we're gonna be a source of information, I'd like to reference that. The United Kingdom has carried out a successful Love Food, Hate Waste campaign since 2007. And a lot of what the Pacific Coast Collaborative, a lot of that is modeled on the Love Food, Hate Waste.
Okay, I'm going to do a time check. We're at 2 hours in.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have comments on this section? Don't see any hands, so we can move on to food rescue. Oh, there's one. Commissioner Schneider. You're okay. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Food rescue. Anybody have any comments, changes to the food rescue section? I don't see any. So we can move down to the proposals regarding food recovery paragraph. Does anyone have any suggestions on this section? Any hands up? I don't see any. I think we've gone over this before. Okay, so we can move on to on-site composting. Does anyone have any suggested changes or amendments to this on-site composting section? We've got some links in there. Commissioner Davis?
Can you go back up to the one up above? The proposals regarding food recovery talks about garage sales, pawn shops, and thrift stores.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't seem right. The proposals regarding food recovery should be numbered because that's actually a proposal. But the section that follows is sort of the introduction to the waste prevention section. It's not specific to organics. Kind of introducing on-site composting as on-site process.
So what's going to go under that?
Proposal, the food recovery proposals. Yeah.
So what are we changing there, Commissioner Ward?
I think he's mentioning that it kind of needs a heading because it's a paragraph that seems to be orphaned.
Oh, yeah. Don't we have a food recovery proposal?
We do, and that's one of the
organics proposals.
That's what's indicated there, where it says proposals regarding food recovery. That's going to be the link, and then we've got a new section.
Oh, okay, all right, but it's blank then.
That's correct.
So we have to move it up?
Waste prevention.
No, we are not incorporating the proposals into the report. This is just the text, and that's where that proposal goes.
Right. Okay. So we'll have the proposal. It's going to hyperlink proposals regarding food recovery, and then just go right into the paragraph.
Yeah, I think.
Waste prevention means no collection. Yeah. So that's like a header.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ferrante, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I was just confused by the same thing that Commissioner Davis was. It looked like a heading to me, and underneath talked about waste prevention, not food recovery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that right now?
Ted,
we've got
I'm sorry, for any of the pawn shop, thrift store, there is collection. It's just a different system. So waste prevention can mean no local government collection, no service provider collection. I'm sorry.
How's that?
That doesn't really cover the pawn shops and stuff.
No, that's the whole, it's a separate thing. I agree.
Okay.
So right now, what we're trying to introduce is on-site composting, which is how do you manage materials on site? And it's true that doesn't cover pawn shops, but we're trying to introduce waste prevention. And I obviously am focusing on the organics. That was the focus. So I'm just looking for a heading.
I think it's tough because that paragraph includes so many different actions.
It does. As garage sales, I probably shouldn't include thrift stores but let's talk about just non-collection system.
What if the title was something more like waste prevention has multiple avenues, has multiple pathways.
Waste prevention keeps materials out of the solid waste stream.
There we go. That's more generic.
Well, it's not just disposed out of the solid waste stream.
Discard.
No, it's not just discarded. I mean,
or landfilled.
Well, you could say discarded, I guess, in the in the common usage.
I'm just going to suggest that this is maybe we have to be careful about our time because we have less than 2 hours and we haven't even started talking about the policies. And I just want to make sure, because we're obviously going to go more in depth into this section too in July.
There we go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Great. So now is everybody comfortable with that? So we can move on to on-site composting. Are there any edits to this section?
Comment.
I would say on-site and community composting.
I have a comment.
Good.
Those are not the same.
Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, we didn't get to talk about carbon farming, but I'm not sure it really fits here. I mean, carbon farming has a pretty distinct meaning, and Commissioner Lapis could weigh in on this because, you know, the CDFA has a whole focus on carbon farming. I'm not sure it occurs in backyards.
No, but it does include urban.
I mean,
it does include urban agriculture, and the letter from the community
compost utilization.
Not completely. The other aspect of this, and the reason why I wanted to incorporate it here, is that if you're going to do outreach to communities to try to encourage them to do backyard composting, you might as well be doing outreach about carbon farming because it's part of the feel-good process about composting. So if you're going to be doing community outreach, here's something that you can do in your backyard. Carbon farming should be.
I just haven't seen it in that context. If you're comfortable, that I'll look forward to learning about it.
Okay, I don't think it's going to change the recommendations in this report at this point. So we can just maybe move to the next paragraph.
I think we should strike this whole. I think we should strike this whole next section. The next paragraph: waste prevention is not just for organics, because we talk about it being not just for organics right before that. So just a little.
Okay.
I mean, we can move it, but it just doesn't. It doesn't make sense here in my mind.
So, to strike this whole bit.
You can move it to the keeps in circulation section if you want.
Ah, okay, fine.
And the capitals will have to be fixed.
Right. Okay, so.
Chair Sanborn, there is a outstanding public comment. How would you like to be notified if there's a new one?
I'm quite sure there's going to be a lot of public comments, and we're going to take them on the report after we finish it because we may change something that they're commenting on. So just hold them for now, and we'll hear them before we move on to the policies, which is why I'm a little concerned because we've got an hour and 45 minutes left. Good news, we've only got 2 pages left, so.
I think we move. What do you think about moving this last bit to after the backyard composting?
Yeah. That makes.
There you go. Okay.
Great.
I'd like to read it all together at some point, but yeah, maybe during the break.
Let's look at that.
On recommendations. You okay with that, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to read this whole section just maybe during the break, if there's a way to do that.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to have to take a moment. Okay, so where were we? We were close to the bottom. Waste prevention actions, key materials and circulation. We did that.
We're now to the recycling committee. Recycling recommendations.
But we're not doing committee. We're saying recycling recommendations, right?
Yep.
And
I like the recommendations to improve recycling.
That's fine too. Recommendations to improve recycling.
I think for the rest of the world, these are all recycling recommendations.
Yep. Okay.
Did we want to
work on the numbering
section so that the market development and recycling and organics recommendations or policies are all in one place together?
Let's look at moving them around after we finish the text, if that's okay. As I think when we look at it after we're done with it, we may want to reorder a little bit. Yeah, but once we clean it up, hopefully the main thing is we've got all the right policies in there as we know it. Of course, we still have to discuss them and do our final votes.
And number 5 is the one that we should have in the report. Number 4 is within number 5. That makes sense.
They were the same. Yeah.
Yeah, we realized that this morning. Sorry.
And Heidi, minor spellings or commas or all of that, you can do wordsmithing, right, without having to go through it again, correct? I mean, okay, right.
But if you tell us something, that's the best way to make sure we've caught it, if you've got it right at the tip of your fingers.
Right, but I'm just saying, as we go through this, there's going to be a misspelled word somewhere and commas that I would imagine you're able to do that to make sure that the final document.
Right, we will not change any content, reorder anything once we're done today. Basically, all we're doing is making sure the hyperlinks are working and all of that and sending it out. This will be it. But yes, little edits and, as far as commas and so forth, if we miss something, we'll try to catch all that. Okay. So we got right to repair, recommendations to improve recycling. There's 3 of them. And recommendations to improve organics management. We've got 2 of them. And then the labeling recommendation on the bags. And then where did we put the language, Ted, on linking to the spreadsheet? I'm trying to remember where that went. I think we added that on the other version. So we have to add that in there.
Right. So
I think we put it at the beginning of the recycling section, and I had some language on the draft. So let's see. We'd have to go back to that.
Yeah, we still have the blending process.
Do we want to talk about whether to move any sections, and then when we take a break, you and Commissioner Ward can add in those
I'll
2 sections?
tell you what I'm worried about is I've thought about it the way it's ordered now, and it's going to be harder for us to plug stuff in. So I'd rather plug the stuff in and then reorder, if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
So, Ted, I think we should grab that section where we link to the spreadsheet, because that was a very important part. We want to make sure everybody has access to that spreadsheet. Which in our other report, the version that was posted, that was under section, it was under recycling.
Right, so I can start to try to incorporate those things, and I suggest you talk amongst yourselves about something else.
Okay, so why don't we take
and let me
public
stop sharing
comment?
Screen, and I'll start working on it.
Thank you, Ted. Okay, thank you so much. So we'll start taking public comment on the report. So Audrey, why don't you go ahead and read the next comment? I think we've heard Doug Cobald, so we can go from there.
There are 2 more from Doug. This one's titled Minor Correction to My Earlier Comment. Please remove the second mattresses in my revised paragraph reference. They should be reflected in the product stewardship list, but not in the EPR list. My apologies. And then another one from Doug. The subject is food waste prevention. Does the Commission want to consider including language in the report to encourage legislation that addresses expiration dates, best by dates, etc., to reduce consumer confusion on when a product is still safe and edible versus when it is just at its peak of freshness? This will reduce the disposal of food that is still good, but just not perfect. And
I think that's a great suggestion for the Organics Committee to take up in the next bit, right?
No, it's included here.
It is included already?
Yeah, unless it somehow ended up getting dropped, it definitely was included.
Yeah, I thought we had that. I mean, it's not, we don't have it as an existing policy recommendation.
Yeah. Yeah, under the food recovery proposal, it's the second proposal.
Okay, thank you. So it's in there. All right, next comment, please.
That is it for now.
Oh, good. Okay. So how about this? Why don't we let Commissioner Ward move everything over from the minor things that hadn't been in the version that we're working off of that was Kobe's track changes. And then we'll take maybe a 5-minute break. Everybody take a quick break. We will come back, see how far he was able to get, and then see if we can take a look at it, if we want to reorder it. But then we really got to get back to the policies for their final approval. So why don't we take a 5-minute break at this point, and we'll see you at 10:55. Thank you.
Thanks, Ted.
Sure. That's it. Okay.
Okay, so everybody ready to come back?
So I just dropped it all into a Google Docs document, labeling it final so that we can all look at it, but the formatting just messed up. So I'm not sure that helped.
We can fix the formatting later after the meeting.
I just want everybody to look at it so that we're all looking at the same thing. Try to reduce frustration a little bit.
I see a big omission. I see a big thing missing.
Okay, let's everybody get back on, and then Ted, can you pull it up on your screen?
Yep. There's one last thing. Great. There we are. All right, and this is the Google Docs now. If you look at the folder for today's meeting, there's one that now says final, and that's the one that I'm working on.
Thank you. So the public can follow along on the final.
Exactly.
Live.
That's the idea, and I'm working on the formatting a little bit right now. So things change.
Okay, so the thing I see missing is where is the policy recommendation on what is recyclable? I believe it is R5, and it was approved in the last meeting, and I don't see a reference to it in this document.
Should be in there. Remember, he and I talked about it this morning and making sure it was in there.
Yeah.
It should be listed in the recycling section.
It should be.
Yep.
And it needs to be not there.
Why does it start with number 2?
That's
well, that's the
problem.
formatting. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Stuff around.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I believe it's called the what is recyclable. It's number 5 in the Google Docs.
Good catch. We definitely want in there.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, could we expand and have it anti-greenwashing - what is recyclable?
Yeah, that is what we called it.
Because I think that will get people's attention, is what the intent is, to make sure that we're identifying things as recyclable and not just greenwashing the item.
I will make a comment on that. I didn't say it on Wednesday, but to me, anti-greenwashing sounds like the intent is to greenwash. And I guess I get nervous about that language, and I'd almost prefer, and maybe it's just me, truth in labeling. But I'm not going to, make a fuss about it. But I do worry that we act as though the intent was to greenwash. That makes me nervous.
I agree.
Yeah, what is recyclable is fine. Because truth in labeling, it makes it sound like it's a labeling thing, which it isn't. And the other one, what's the matching one? Is it what is compostable? How is the other one labeled or titled?
We don't have that done yet as far as what is the definition of compostable. So that's not in this version.
Okay.
It'll be July.
Okay.
So we can talk about the header on that one when we get to that policy discussion.
Okay.
Did anybody else catch anything that we're missing or reordered in a way that you didn't like? So now it's a list of 19 policies, I believe, not 17.
Correct.
We can't count, Ted. We were too tired to even count.
Well, and this was from Kobe, so this is another thing I need to update from the other version.
Right.
List of 19.
Okay. So, and we didn't have any other public comment. So you're still formatting that. I think what we should do is we really have an hour and 20 minutes to finish the policies. If it's okay with you, I'll start on the policies and going through them one at a time and making sure everybody, we're doing second reading and it's final. And we'll start with the easiest ones first, the ones that we've gone over several times and everybody seemed pretty comfortable with. And that would be starting with the EPR policy. So we're moving on. We're basically going to jump back and forth between the report and the policy. So that's agenda items 3 and 4. So I'm just going to make note of that to CalRecycle. The first policy, this is the second and final reading, is for the extending producer responsibility framework for HHW. So basically, this was the one that Ted and I started, and we've heard December 2nd, and then the 16th. And we have not changed anything based on what we did on the 16th, I believe, Ted. This one was approved as is. So is there everyone... Do we have everyone on? I know Commissioner Valle is at an event offsite and he's on the phone, but he's told me that he approves of everything that we have done. So let's see how many commissioners, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 I can see. Hopefully we've got everybody on the line. So is there anyone who wants to pull this item for any further refinements, edits, comments? If not, can I get, I guess I'll say, is there anybody who opposes this being voted on and finalized and put in the report today? Prioritizing batteries first. Okay, then I think we have a thumbs up. Everybody's okay. This is second and final reading, and this is going as is into the report. Unless we decide before the end of this meeting we don't want to do that after hearing more public comment. Okay, thank you. So we have approved one final policy. The second one was also by Ward and Sanborn, the transition from single-use propane cylinders to refillable. This one we've discussed multiple times as well, the cause of fires, and that it's a priority. We did not change it from the last reading on the 16th. So again, are there any final comments on this or concerns? I don't see any, I don't hear any. Therefore, is this approved as is then for second reading? Okay, so we're all in. Yeah, Commissioner Lapis.
Not on this specifically, but I noticed that each committee used a very different process for the headings.
Yeah, we were trying to harmonize them, but we were having a hard time doing it ourselves.
Yeah, my recommendation just to take, each of them has a title. Some of them say policy subject and then title. Some say title, whatever. I think the top line should just be the title and just harmonize between the committees. But I don't think you need us to go through that line by line.
Right. No, but we can just change it all to title if everybody's comfortable with that. I tend to erase when there's like the language telling you what to put in that section. If you've left it in, I pull that out. A few other things to just and making sure that the commission dates are final. Like today, we have to make sure December 16th is on there if it's been voted on. So we'd have to.
I'm not sure. I'm curious what other folks think. I'm not sure it matters to the public when it was before the commission. And I'm not sure it matters who the primary authors are.
It matters to me because we will get questions as to how many times it was heard, when it was heard. If we get attacked on these, I want to make sure it's very clear how many times it was in front. I don't want to have to search for that information.
Okay.
So if you're okay with it, I'd rather just leave it in.
Yeah, at the very least, I say we strike status because these are all going to be final by definition.
Right.
Yes. Well, maybe what we do is put final and then put adopted and then today's date.
Okay.
And then we'll do that to all of them. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got 2 final adopted. We'll change the title to just say title. We'll change status to final adopted in today's date. Okay, so Commissioner Ward, I will just ask you, just tell us oh, I see, good. You're changing these as we go. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And then December 18th before the full commission, all of these, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, okay.
Good?
Excellent.
All right. Ray, unless we got anything else, Ray for the next one.
Okay. Boy, you're good. Okay. Then we're on to number 3, which is the precautionary principle. This one we've heard multiple times as well. Was there anyone that had any changes, comments, concerns about this policy proposal? Or is this one ready to go? Everybody thumbs up? Second vote, second reading going in the report. Okay.
Here, Sanborn.
Yes.
Not to state the obvious, Ted's getting to it right now. Just making it look consistent.
Oh, right.
And would need to add the dates that it did come to the full commission. You just said multiple dates. So a little backtracking then.
And this one went to the organics. It came from the organics committee, correct?
Yeah, I did.
I don't know what dates it was heard there.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, that was the only reason why I suggested getting rid of the dates, because I knew we didn't have it for some of them. And I thought it might be hard to.
It's a research project on some of them because of the process. I'm fine with just adopted.
Yeah, that's
Once
fine.
it's
We can leave it as
adopted, it's adopted.
Yep, that's fine.
All right, moving on.
Okay, 3 down. 16 to go.
Problem products.
Problem products, incentives and disincentives. Is there anyone with concerns on this one? This one we've heard and adopted as is. I don't think we had any changes on this one. So then I think we're okay to approve this on second reading for the problem products, incentives and disincentives. Without any changes?
Just
Okay,
move the
second
title
reading.
to the very top.
Move the title.
The title, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And this one is approved as well. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 done. Moving on to number 5. This is the one we've heard the most and we had put in writing, following the format we adopted after we have first heard it several times and adopted it, which is the State Agency Buy Recycle campaign. Are there any last edits or comments on this policy? Seeing none, I'll consider this approved second reading unless someone speaks up now. Excellent. 5 down, 14 to go. Next one is Recycling Market Development Zone Loan Program. This one has also been heard multiple times. Are there any last minute changes to this policy proposal? None. Just gotta make sure Ted can keep up with us here. So we'll.
RMTZ, which is which one is that? Oh, there it is. M1. Okay.
Okay, so this will be considered approved unless I hear comments or questions, concerns? Okay, adopted second reading. So that is 6. All right, so we're now down to 13 left to go. So the next one, we have consolidated permitting process utilization enhancement. This one has been heard. This one was enhanced by the Organics Committee. I think we need a comma between Osagura and John Davis. And maybe we should put John Davis as the primary author since he started that one. And thanks, John, for all your work writing a lot of these, everybody who wrote them. That's very much appreciated. All right, unless we hear any other concerns with this proposal, we will adopt second reading. Okay, so this is item number 7. Policy adopted. Moving on to 8. Market development, final proposal for GoBiz.
Just for the formatting, the title should remove policy, title, subject, and move it to the top.
Yep.
Agreed. Thank you.
And I think we could get rid of organic subcommittee comments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, why don't we just say organics? Yeah.
Yeah, because it's already listed under.
It'll say organics and market development, right? Because it was heard in both.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we going to remove subcommittee? It's market development and organics. Yeah.
Okay.
We can remove dates before the committee. We can remove that. Because first review isn't very helpful.
Oh, right.
Okay. In December spelled, yeah. Okay. And then John doesn't have to be bolded, but certainly no less important than
he's a bold individual. All right.
Okay, so unless I hear any concerns, we are adopting this on second reading for the consolidated permit process. All right, so that's number 8. Moving on to number 9. This is market development, Cal Recycle having a market development focus. This one was heard several times as well. And are there any concerns about this? Any changes? Seeing none, this is also approved on second reading. And again, we still have to hear from the public on these, and we will do that after we get through the 19. We can always pull something off. So that was 9. So, or that was 8. No, that was 9. So 10 is the under the reordering, it is the legislating controls on plastic waste imports, which we had the presentation on by Jim Phuket. We had a subcommittee work on this, and we've heard it twice. Are there any, the narrative was moved to the top. Thank you, Commissioner Potashner, on that. But this should be ready to go at this point, unless there's any other comments or concerns about this one. Okay, I don't see any, so we'll just reformat that top as adopted. Congratulations, we've gotten through more than half. So there's 10. 11 is, I think 11 is carpet stewardship and flooring. This one had a lot of public comment. I think we might have received more public comments on this than almost any other. We had comments submitted today. We had CARE update their comments today. I'm not even sure anybody had time to read them because they were submitted at 4:45. I did get comments from Gail Bryce again yesterday. I can say in response to her comments, my confidence that DTSC is moving quickly enough on PFAS is pretty low. And this is a product that's under people's feet that people touch every day. And our recyclers are touching all the time. And I personally think that the PFAS just should be banned in use in making carpet, and that we need to be testing for those chemicals, just like we do on carpet for the pad, because it all goes together and they're recycled often together. This could probably take some discussion, and I'm going to suggest that we kind of hold this maybe to the end to get through more of the policies, if that's okay with other commissioners. Is that all right with everybody if we just hold on carpet for a moment? I want to make sure we give it time. Okay, thank you. So that would be 11 if we do that. 12 then would be, I believe we're going right to repair next. And the right to repair, we skipped over very quickly Wednesday because we were running out of time. So I want to make sure everybody's had time to read this. And I've not seen any public comments on this one outside of the ones we got originally from Peter Mui, from the Fix It Clinic, I believe. Yeah, Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, because we didn't have a lot of time to discuss it, and I wanted to ask Commissioner Lapis, who I know worked with Assemblywoman Eggman on her version that really failed even to get a hearing, and whether going back to that language is something that, you know, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, I haven't had a chance, because this didn't come up till late, I haven't had a chance to go back to the Repair Association and people like Peter and Kyle Wynn at iFixit and find out what their current thinking is. But I'm just not sure that revisiting the legislation that hasn't gone anywhere, hasn't even been heard in the policy committee. Really,
it wasn't a failure. It wasn't a failure. It was a strategic retreat on our part.
I totally
couldn't get a single hearing. But I will say that this is still the policy of the legislature should pursue. Whether or not it makes strategic sense for a legislator to take it up this year is another question. But this is still the right policy for the legislature, in my opinion.
I agree with that as well, and I'm totally willing.
I just wanted to make sure.
Am I not being heard? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Commissioner Ward.
I'm totally willing to drop the specificity in quoting the previous language that wasn't brought forth. I respect each legislature's ability to craft language for the moment in which they're crafting it, and I'm not wedded to this previous language. But I do think asserting material, if you're buying a product that's under $100, between $50 and $100, you should be able to get access to what's needed to repair it. That's the basic principle that's being pursued. The specifics of the legal language, I think we could actually drop that as a recommendation and just say we recommend pursuing right to repair.
I agree with that.
All right. So I'll drop the specifics on the legislation.
Yeah, and maybe, as we, thank you.
So we're not adding.
As we continue with our deliberations, one thing that's come to mind.
I just want to be clear. This is the second reading.
Okay,
we're not adding or changing anything. We're only deleting sections because we said on policies we wanted 2 readings of the language, which we are.
Well, then let's
be less a language. We're not changing anything.
It's fine. The legislature can change it. That's fine.
And they will. That's the thing. We're just giving advice on the general concepts, and then it goes through the process. So,
if we
that
wanted
language,
if we wanted to move this to July, we could put in a little bit about state procurement and right to repair.
I think we put that in the state agency by recycled.
Oh, did we? Okay.
Yeah.
Then never mind.
Yes, it's in there.
Okay. Well, then is right to repair.
I have some thoughts.
Okay. I'm sorry, John, there's a big delay with you and I don't know what's happening today. So just go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. It's my it's my antenna server that is failing. So
no worries.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to continue talking about this. I'm fine with moving this forward, but I think we might be able to craft some recommendations to our next version of the report. So.
Great.
Fine, go forward.
Well, and again, all of us can comment individually if a legislator picks it up as well. So, and the committees can continue to talk about this. So if the structure and the general direction is accurate and where we want to go, I'm comfortable moving it. But are all of you okay then? Where it is, thumbs up, okay? Very good. So we just removed language, we made it actually simpler and less cumbersome. So great. So this one has been approved. Right to repair.
Just the formatting change at the top to be consistent.
Oh, same thing, right?
Okay. So 13, I believe, is going to be the recycling committee. Now we're moving on to the recycling recommendations. The plastic container label and shrink sleeves design for recyclability. This also had a lot of public comment. We've heard a lot from the aluminum can folks about their concerns. I can just say for myself that I think this is an immediate problem, and I can't tell what would happen with aluminum cans and people going away from a recyclable commodity, but they are contaminating the stream, and that was what we were tasked to do. So I'm comfortable moving this, and this is the second reading. So are there any other comments or thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
So in general, I got a comment from one of my colleagues with the rural counties that he was suggesting that there be a petition process for an exemption, because he was recognizing that we're offering an exemption for tamper-proof shrink sleeves, and because some of those are used for health reasons, it's a little hard for us to draw a clear line about where it's okay and where it's not. So he suggested that perhaps there be a petition process for an exemption, that essentially if somebody falls the wrong side of the line, that there's some means in which they can appeal. I think that's probably worth incorporating somehow. But in general, I think we're challenged to establish absolutes where balancing the packaging needs with the recycling and composting goals. And I think this is going to be an ongoing challenge. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to resolve that. But in this case, I think we need some kind of appeal process so that we don't rely on the folks crafting legislative language to be absolutely correct, because they're all learning.
As the lead author, I agree with that. Actually, I believe the way it's written is that it's up to the discretion of Cal Recycle Director. So that's why this is a policy recommendation. Obviously, this is not the policy that the legislature will, cut and paste. And so ultimately, it's up to the discretion of the Cal Recycle Director. So it's fine to have a petition process, in my opinion.
I think that's sort of reflected in the existing proposal.
Yeah, it says exceptions to the policy will be made for medical or other essential health products that require special labels. So maybe it was a little too narrow in the exemption. Maybe it was intended to be a little bit broader.
Maybe, or other products instead of essential health.
Yeah.
So strike essential health.
Yeah.
Well, if we take out essential health, we're just deleting something. We're not adding anything.
Yeah, that's fine. Take out essential health.
Or other products
where that is.
So it's right above schedule for implementation. There's two little paragraphs above. It's the top one, exceptions to the policy will be made for medical or other products that require special labels.
Okay.
It is focused on product safety though, and not on other things, but I I think, as you said, these are general recommendations. These things will all be hammered out in the details in the process.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Is everybody okay with that? Again, we just deleted 2 words. We didn't change the real meaning of this. Okay. So
I have a quick editorial suggestion.
Sure.
To the title. Can we call it Design for Recyclability, plastic container labels and shrink sleeves? And then we'll do the same thing for the plastic or for the bottles.
Yeah.
And she labels, plastic container labels.
Got it.
And then again, we strike some of the
committees and yeah.
Okay.
And then can we go back down to note that tamper-proof something. If something was wrong there, I couldn't put my finger on it. A little bit up, it says starts out with note that tamper-proof. Right there. Note that tamper-proof plastics on lids that must be would be continued. It's the would be continued that's wrong.
Yeah.
It needs a D.
It just needs to be continued. If you want that word, it needs to be continued.
Continued to be allowed.
Just either way. Yeah.
Okay. Again, that wasn't a content change, just grammar. Good.
Would continue to be allowed.
Yeah, that's even better. And the product, so the third line down after schedule for implementation. Does that make sense? Design changes address optional elements and are not essential to the function of the product, I think.
Where are you again?
The third line below schedule for implementation.
Okay.
Not essential to the function of the product. We add the before product.
Got it.
Thank you. Okay, and I think under at the very bottom paragraph there, yeah, it says sleeve. It should say sleeve. So many product companies are increasingly using full body shrink sleeves and labels. The last paragraph on that page? Yeah.
Yep, gotcha.
Okay. All right. Are there any other changes to this policy that are non-substantive, really? Oh, by the way, so under background, it says a comprehensive description in given the, that's not right. A comprehensive description
is
given.
Is.
Yeah, just is given. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Is everyone comfortable with this policy as it is ready to go in January? Yes. All right, thumbs up. So we are done with 13, but we've got to go back to carpet. So we basically have 12. So we're doing great. So this is 14. The next one is beverage bottle designed for recyclability, which I think we just retitled, correct?
Yeah, can we retitle it to Design for Recyclability, beverage bottles or beverage containers?
Yeah. Okay.
So why call it beverage bottles rather than PET? Clear PET?
No, because the one about the lids, it is all bottles.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so maybe just beverage containers.
That work for you?
Yep, looks good.
Yep, and you can just take out the date for the committee.
And then the same change about comprehensive description is given in the first paragraph.
Yeah, somehow that ended up going back. Okay, I think we've got it all changed. Are there any other changes, comments, concerns? Design for recyclability beverage containers. Policy 14 in the report. Okay, then we've got second reading on 14. Well done. So now we're moving on to 15. Recycling. This is also design. Well, this is the bottle bill. Changes to the bottle bill, and I think we've changed the language on this. Convenience zones and grocers, I think is how it's titled now.
I'm going to rename it.
Okay.
Okay. Bottle bill changes R3.
Okay. So we heard this on the 16th. We've discussed it several times. There's, of course, a lot of things going on with the bottle bill, but this is a really good start of things that we could agree on in short order. So are there any other changes or concerns about this item? Are you ready to approve it and send it on?
I have a question.
Commissioner Ward?
The feedback I got from my colleagues in the rural counties were essentially, these are great additions. They're still not happening soon enough. Is there anything that can be happening sooner? Because just the time for the legislation and then the time to implement, we're still looking at 2 or 3 years away. And that's just really harsh considering the prices for the buybacks.
Yep. Well, hopefully the market development stuff will help, but yeah.
Well, the timing that Commissioner Ward's talking about is if something is enacted by legislation and approved by the governor, it'll still take 18 to 24 months for CalRecycle to rewrite regulations to implement whatever the policy is. So the underserved and the rural counties, for any stimulus to get recycling centers open, I mean, they're looking at 2 to 3 years without recycling centers at this point.
Yeah, I think that a lot of that depends on how it's implemented. Something done in the budget goes into effect immediately. Regulations are sometimes required, but not always.
I mean, one of the things we could do is in the contact section under recycling is add language that the bottle bill issue is actually quite severe and urgent, and that we urge that, you know, maybe even the governor's office and the legislature, you know, they get involved in helping something get done. I don't know. I mean, that's something we could do if we wanted to.
I'm here on the recommendations to improve recycling, ready to write.
It's up to you all. Do you think that that's, I mean, I think if it's as serious and urgent as we all hear it is, maybe we should just say that.
Chair Donlevy, I'm sorry, is this the one that says the 35%, no more than 35% in a jurisdiction or county?
Yes.
Okay, the way I took this was, as soon as this got into the report, I can bring it back to my planning department, and maybe every elected official can bring it back to their planning department and say, from now on, the 3 stores, at least only one of the 3 stores that qualify in my town have to have this, and they darn quickly better get reverse vending machines if they don't want to do anything else. So maybe that's me jumping the gun, but that's when I read this, I said, great, I can take that to planning. It's still not a law, it's still not a requirement, but it's something I can use.
Yeah, and I think you're right on track where not only in your city, but in other areas, the cities and the grocers will say, this is coming, we need to start planning now to make something happen.
Okay, so Ted's taking a stab at the language.
So it
can require the urgent attention of the legislature and administration, maybe.
Yeah.
I would say the administration.
Yeah.
Both the administration and legislature, or yeah.
I like that. I feel better about putting that urgency in there.
And administration should be capitalized.
Yeah, definitely the emphasis with the administration, because a couple of years ago there was a short-term fix to the bottle bill that went through the legislation and Senate, and I think it got 1 or maybe 2 no votes, but Governor Brown vetoed it because it was a short-term bill. Even though something had overwhelming support, Governor Brown recognized that it was short-term. So we do need the administration to get engaged in what their desires are and what they're going to support as far as getting something done quickly.
That was, you had asked that we invite Kip Lipper to the meetings. We've got Secretary Blumenfeld, and I believe Rachel has been invited, the new director of Cal Recycle, for January 6th meeting. But we could also invite Mr. Lipper if you want, and bring this up. But we can talk about that at the end. Okay, so we've added a paragraph, 2 sentences. Commission
after we finish all this, will you guys go through and update these titles right below, make sure they're all reflective of the titles we chose?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Can you highlight them now, Ted, so it's going to be easy for us to go through this and make sure we've caught everything? Because
I can certainly try.
You and I have, I'm afraid we're getting a little bit, it's hard to see stuff anymore because we've seen it so much in the last few days. Okay. Well, are we ready to approve this?
With the last that you added to it, maybe emphasizing that California consumers are being denied hundreds of millions of dollars in deposits due to lack of convenient redemption opportunities. And
at a
that's
time when they need it most.
Yeah.
Thousands or millions?
Millions, hundreds of millions of dollars.
I was at a meeting earlier this week with a number of San Mateo County NGOs, a lot of them from communities of color, and I have encouraged them, but they know it, that a lot of their constituents are going hungry because they cannot get their redemption value back. So I don't know, Ted, if there's a way to say that, but clearly there is a link for people who need this money back so they can buy food.
I think that's pretty clear. That a time when they need it most is, I was trying to emphasize that very thing, because we've heard people riding their bicycles full of, bags of recyclables up to Susan Collins' doorstep and start crying because they thought she was a redemption center and they couldn't find one and they were hungry.
How's that read?
I think it looks good. The commission wants to emphasize that the closure of buyback centers and the lack of convenient redemption recycling opportunities is an ongoing existential crisis for those centers, requiring the urgent attention of the administration and legislature. Allowing the closure of more recycling centers is incompatible with efforts to expand recycling opportunities. California consumers are being charged redemption fees, yet being denied hundreds of millions of dollars in redemption value refunds at a time when they need it most. I think that's beautiful. Who says you can't write on the fly with 17 people? Really well done. Okay.
Chair Sanborn, I'm going to bring this up again because in counties, at least my county, I wish Commissioner Valle or Supervisor Valle could say this. Some of the top concerns of us are food insecurity. So making the link between getting your deposit back and food insecurity could help gain allies. So I'd like to see food insecurity in here as a direct link.
Food insecurity. So you want to be that specific?
Yeah, food insecurity. Between that and broadband are the two big terms.
When they need it most to even buy food or
basic food.
Yep.
I guess one could argue, why are you buying soft drinks if you don't have food? But that's not our choice to tell people what they buy. But
basic needs like food, it's added. Great.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Are there any other thoughts? Those were changes to the report based on our discussion about these bottle bill changes. Are we ready to approve the bottle bill recommendation? Is there anyone who's concerned about this?
I was going to just suggest rewording it. Well, first of all, the title is on the third line, and it should be where it says bottle bill changes should be the title that we have.
I'm trying to
what is the
share my
title
screen.
that
That's where it is now.
So where it says bottle bill changes should say what you have listed as policy title / subject.
Which is what?
Just right below bottle bill changes to bottle bill and support Cal Recycle AB 54 report, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, got it.
And maybe I would say beverage container recycling and colon changes to bottle bill and support.
I'm not following you. Say again.
Instead of bottle bill in the first couple sentences, it should probably say beverage container recycling, just for readability. No, higher up. At the, yep. Nope, sorry. At the very beginning of that sentence, it should say beverage container recycling, colon, changes to the bottle bill and support for.
Yeah, so keep and
yeah, and then let's make that the heading for the whole page.
Okay, time check, we have about 40 minutes.
Hey, we don't need to say the word title, sorry.
Right.
Okay, so we've just changed the headers and so forth, but we didn't change the content. Is everyone okay with the bottle bill changes policy going in this report? Yes, thumbs up. Okay, so that's second reading. That was item 15, approved. 16, this is the food recovery policy proposal. We've seen this several times as well. And I think we corrected a typo under number 4, under sustainable funding for food recovery. It had expand cycle food garbage in there, and I think that got corrected. So everything else should be the same. Are there any other comments or thoughts on this one that we need the typos or? Okay, so seeing none after Ted's just doing the header and so forth, I'm assuming we got a thumbs up on this one for approval as well. Great. All right. Number 16 is done. Policy 17. This is, and I'll wait for Ted because this is the compostable plastics. This one we heard on just this month, done by Commissioner Sky and Lapis. And I think we had a couple of minor edits from our meeting on Wednesday, and this now is ready to go. Are there any last comments, concerns on the compostable plastic certification policy? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing any. So I will assume when we change the top there, it is listed as adopted on second reading. And we have done 17, well actually 16 policies because we're holding the carpet for now. So 18 is the label restriction to stop plastic bag and film contamination. This came from the recycling committee. Commissioners Dell and Don Levy worked on this. started in labeling, ended up in recycling. So again, 2 committees heard this. I don't think we did have a little bit of changes that we did on Wednesday, but I believe it's ready to go. Are there any other comments on this item? I'm not seeing any, so thumbs up, second reading, we got it, okay. That is number 18, second reading. Okay, number 19, what was 19? This one was, I believe, the labeling system for products and post-consumer management. This had quite a bit of discussion on Wednesday. Initially, I was thinking, I had to go back and rewatch the video a little bit, that wasn't sure it was going forward, but we had decided to move it in this report. But we're also realizing that this labeling acceptance list is really kind of never done. It's an ongoing work in progress, if I recall correctly. And that we were going to qualify this by saying it is dynamic. And that's where we were going to link to the spreadsheet and the data that was used on this to determine this. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Commissioner Sky or Dell?
I think you might be confusing 2 different ones. So
I could be.
Yeah, the overall system one, we agreed we would not put into the report and we would hold discussion for next year.
You're right.
Yeah, and then the next one that Commissioner Ward just brought up is the what is recyclable. I don't know if we're on that one yet. But the overall system one, we agreed we would wait and hold for further discussion next year.
Till January. Sorry.
This one, I think we changed the title.
Yep.
Clarify, we're keeping R5 but not R4. Is that, or is it vice versa? Now I'm.
Let's just go by titles. So the what is recyclable?
Yeah, change that title to what is recyclable. And this one was discussed several times in PowerPoint format and then once in text format. And we agreed we had consensus that it would go into the report.
Mm-hmm. Right. So and that was with the addition of the local ad of polypropylene. And we've heard repeatedly from stakeholders. I just want to address one comment because I read the Recycling Partnerships PowerPoint. And they suggested that we do 2 things. One is to enhance the MRF capabilities and produce quality PP bales and support the development of PP capacity. But I guess I'm just going to put it back. We need money. The money has to come from the industry if these things are going to happen. We can't just say, others should be doing X, Y, and Z. I mean, who's going to pay for it? So we need help with those things. And so I just want to put that out there for my own commentary. But are we ready to move this with those amendments? And I see Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Davis and then Commissioner Lapis.
Yeah, I just wanted to suggest, I think we have members, I know we have some members from the Market Development Committee here. Last I looked, I think we were all here, but at least a quorum. And I think maybe going forward, we could have a focus at market development, starting with the bulk, a lot of information we've received from polypropylene. So if Commissioner Toyota, Schneider, Sanborn, Medrano, and I'm not seeing him or Eric, but if it's okay with the Market Development Committee members here, I'd like to maybe see if we could schedule something for our January meetings and begin to dive into some of those aspects of capacity, financing, how we might move forward, and start with market development. Maybe we pick up thermoforms at some point, but give it a little different look than what the recycling committee's been doing.
Is Commissioner Dunleavy, are you
That's
okay
okay
with that?
with the committee members.
It's fine with me. I mean, to me, it's a market development issue if they're claiming that the market's being developed and that we're getting in the way with this definition. I want to understand it more. So, but I also put it out there that they've got to come with money to help do the system and to drive the market. There isn't unlimited funds out there to do this.
I'm all for taking it up in marketing development, especially because I think one of the best things about having this list is it can focus on things like that. And that's a good outcome, that this is something that should be on here, and now we can absolutely focus on that in market development or wherever we need to be able to get something onto the list.
Yeah, I agree with that. This has really been a gaps analysis to show where we need more processing capacity and more MRF support and containers. I mean, aseptic containers too, right? That should be on. I hope the market development group will take that up to find a way to use the aseptic containers. So that's great.
Okay, so the market development committee. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Dunleavy.
Yeah, and with the recycling committee and I think the commission in general, we've been trying to promote good recyclable material, and we've spent a lot of time talking about PP5. And let's understand from the APR slide presentation, they're acknowledging that this is an item that hasn't been recycled a whole lot. It's only been recycled for, as they say, less than a decade. It seems like they're saying that this is such a wonderful product, but it's a very low percentage in the curbside stream. The recycling rate might be 2 or 3% based on some EPA studies. They talk about, well, the MRFs need to do something. They talk about how their recovery has been recovering due to the impacts of National Sword. But let's understand that National Sword was a good environmental policy caused by a lot of products being shipped overseas to Asia and Pacific countries that was mishandled. And 3 through 7 material, including number 5s, people were pushing that to say it's recyclable, and they were pushing it to countries, and we don't know what was really done to it. They're talking about putting money into U.S. MRFs, 30, 35 million for optical sorters and other things. This is $1 billion a year product. Hopefully they're taking some responsibility for environmental cleanup and damage that they've done around the world. PP5 is an item that floats. So when we're seeing pictures of marine plastic, plastic floating in rivers, streams, let's recognize that we're probably seeing some PP5 there. So we're spending a lot of time defending what's relatively a new product in the recycling stream that people don't recognize as truly being recyclable. Right now, if a MRF pulls PP5 and claims CRV, they could get $3,000 a ton, $1.50 a pound. In 2019, there was only 2 curbside programs that actually took the time to recognize that they could get $3,000 a ton. Aluminum is worth $4,000 a ton. And every MRF is claiming a lot of aluminum, but only 2 actually claimed CRV for PP5. They just mixed it in 3 through 7 bales, or they generated a PP5 bale. The question that I would ask all the commissioners is go find your local MRF. Go ask to see a PP5 bale that they have in the facility. Ask to bust it and see what's in there. It doesn't look very good. It's probably the least attractive plastic that you'll find at any recycling facility, and it's probably one of the lowest percentages. We need to focus on the big stuff and stop defending the little stuff. If PP5 was such a good product, there would be a facility in California. The thermoform people, they've already invested millions, and they're paying a premium to get that material. PP5, the producers of this, they come up with wonderful looking presentations, but they've yet to invest in a facility on the West Coast. And one of the reasons they haven't invested in a facility on the West Coast is they can't get enough supply. But the thermoform people, they sure seem to be able to make that an investment and commitment. You know, that's an item that I think should get on the what is recyclable list very soon. But we spent a lot of time talking about an item that has created havoc everywhere. In their presentation, they acknowledge that 30% of the PP5 is caps, labels, and lids. Those are items that end up falling through the screens, that contaminates the glass, that increases the cost of processing for the MRFs, and they end up in our landfills. You know, the caps will float. The labels that they're using, they cause the optical sorters for polyprop or for PET and other sorters to misfire. There's a lot of issues with this item, and it seems like we're spending too much time trying to defend why it's recyclable. They need to invest in California and pay a price for the material so people actually think it's recyclable. In the CRV program, only about 11% of the consumers actually take it back to redemption centers. So even consumers that can get a nickel back, they don't recognize PP5 as something that is a recyclable item. So until those numbers greatly improve, I think it's a long road until they get onto a list that we could actually call it recyclable so they could market it and make more money off of it.
Okay, time check. We've got 24 minutes. We've got 5 public comments, and we've got to wrap up the report and 2 policies, this being one of them. And I think the public's heard loud and clear kind of where we are on this item. So is there anyone that wants to make any other changes on this policy at this point? Seeing none, is there thumbs up? Everybody's approving second reading unanimously. Excellent. Okay, I don't see any nays. So this...
Before we move on, I'll just say that I think we should move it forward. I think we should revisit it in July, potentially, if we get new information.
I think that goes as standard for anything.
Yeah.
I mean, bottom line is if we learn any new information that would change our policy recommendation, we should take it up again, promptly change it, and send it to the legislature and Cal Recycle. That's what we were tasked to do, I think, and do it in a timely way so that everyone can stay current. That's all 19. So the only one that's left, according to my piles, is carpet. So Commissioner Davis, this is the one we've received a lot of comments on. Do you want to say anything about this before we go back and look at, and I know you got a chance to look at the CARE comments, so. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we have received dozens of comments from both individuals and the Carpet Recovery Association, so including after the last commission meeting where this was reviewed and moved forward. So I guess the comments that came in. I have to tell you, I did not read CARE's most recent comment, the one that came in this morning, because I was trying to finish preparing for this meeting. So, but I believe I know they corrected a missing link in the report. We do have some language that I think from CARE's comments and also from Gail Bryce's comments. I think the most important thing to recognize is that Cal Recycle provides the oversight. So much of the recommendation really has to do with Cal Recycle working with CARE to bring a different focus. The CARE has emphasized in their comments that they're working on collection issues. This really rose early to our attention at market development and at the commission, with comments about the inability for in-state manufacturers to process carpet because there was insufficient collection of that material. And so we have some recommendations about how to improve collection. Ultimately, it's going to be up to CARE and Cal Recycle with work from the Carpet Advisory Committee to act on those. If the collection has improved, great. If it hasn't improved, it's still an issue, and it's an issue for in-state processors. That's a concern. I think we did make one slight change to this, and that is to point out that, and CARE actually brought this forward in their comments, that they do have the ability to, and if you want to scroll down, I can show you, Ted. And I have the track changes version of it, but yeah, keep going down. These are unchanged, and you got, hold on. Go back up. Yeah, so there it is. It's number 7. And it's in response to CARE's comment. CARE, so the last, says CARE has the ability, in the approved plan, CARE has the ability to limit subsidies paid to out-of-state processors and manufacturers. CARE may also choose to offer extra incentives to keep materials in state. That's directly from CARE's comments received on the morning of the commission meeting on the 16th. And then the revision here, in accordance with those comments, is that CARE should structure its incentives to assure that California post-consumer carpet is meeting the needs of California processors. That comment, that addition came from Gail Bryce's comment, also submitted.
John, so that wasn't heard in the first reading, correct?
I think those were not heard. Those were public comments brought at that meeting, and then those comments are offered here, but they were brought forward as public comments during the commission meeting.
But the commissioners didn't see that sentence highlighted in yellow until now, correct? Okay, so this would not be second reading for that sentence?
Actually, the other 2 sentences above it. Yeah, so we could leave those out, although they were added in here for the purpose of responding to the public comments that we did receive.
Yeah, I mean, we can't approve them today if they're new. I mean, we can, but they would be on for second reading for January 6th, the way we set up the process. So I guess, you know, I just want to say that,
go forward without these weeks.
Right. That I did a little project for a carpet recycler trying to recruit retailers to put bins out and collect carpet. And I can tell you that the incentives they're being provided are not nearly enough to get them to yes. We have a lot of carpet out there that is going straight to the landfills because the program is just not offering incentives that are meaningful to the retailers to put a bin on site, and where the carpet installers go to get their next batch of carpet, they should be able to easily drop off the old carpet, get the new carpet, and go back out. And they can't because the stores just aren't going to do it. And there's a lot of stores around the state like that. There's a lot of things that could be done. And it's always nice to hear that people are working on it. But we're 10 years in, and we still have only gone from 8% recycling to almost 24%. And that's the easy part. So it's up to this. I'm fine if whatever the group decides to do. But I think it's pretty basic that the state should be able to test the pad for the PFAS that are going into the homes and test as they do the carpet. And I see Commissioner Sky's hand is up, and then Commissioner Lapis.
Thank you. I would just say that either this language or a slightly more general version of it could be maybe moved into the report, because it's not just CARE that has this kind of an issue. And I would hate to hold up the entire policy just because of these additions. I think they're good additions. I think the commission could have achieved consensus, but we want to make sure that we're honoring the process for the policies. And the policies themselves, if we move this to the report, wouldn't be harmed. That's my recommendation.
It's a great idea. Commissioner Lapis?
I was going to say that I've gone through the various letters that we've received or tried to keep up with them. I'm not sure I've read them all. I haven't really seen anything that I found especially compelling as arguments against what's being proposed. This all seems very common sense. Whether or not we make these most recent changes, I am comfortable supporting it in the report that we're finishing today. When we start talking about PFAS, we kind of go into this weird toxic chemical mode in our minds where, it becomes this foreign object. But in the case of carpet, this is Scotchgard, this is Stainmaster. This is a very, very commonly used additive on, a lot of different brands of carpet. So it is very important. And every time carpets get washed, even before they get recycled, every time they get washed and that water goes down the drain, it's an issue. And as Heidi, as you mentioned, children playing on it, etc. So I feel like we should move forward with it today.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a proposal to move the language in yellow into the report under that, right, maybe above that section, that right before the carpet link. And then there's a suggestion to approve the language as it was approved Wednesday, and then Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, actually, there were some other clarity. There were a few other things in the version that you're looking at that is different than Wednesday. I have the track changes. I can show you the track changes now, and if we agree to do what was just discussed, I'll work with Commissioner Ward to accomplish that. But if I can show my screen, I can quickly show you what the totality of the changes that were introduced, again, largely or in response to the comments. So is it up now?
I support moving this into the context of the report, but I really think that we should stick with the policy of having 2 full reads and that it has to be done that way.
Yep. Yeah, any track changes really they can't be adopted and put in the report. I mean, it couldn't be left in the policy today, but we could put text into the report.
Yep. And I can show you what is we're running out of time. In the version you're seeing as opposed to what was,
What other changes were there, John?
I don't know what to do. So,
what other changes were there that were track changes?
Well, if you're seeing, are you seeing my, okay.
Yeah.
Are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Do you see number 7?
Yes.
Okay. You see the track changes?
Yes.
In the approved plan, CARE has the ability to limit subsidies paid out. CARE may also choose
Were there any other changes?
That's the one we discussed.
Are there any other changes? Yeah.
Yes. There's this. Yes. Cal Recycle should assure the carpet is collected and delivered to processors as part of the state's mandatory commercial recycling program. That was a Gail Bryce comment.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be one.
Is everybody okay with that? If we put that in the report?
Ban the disposal of separated.
I have to say that's huge. It's enormous. I just wonder how that works. Is my first.
Well, we don't even have to put it in the report. We could just talk to Cal Recycle about it. But the problem is carpet is under the C&D, and they get so much weight out of the concrete and so forth that the carpet's just getting landfilled from those systems. So it's a discussion we could have with Cal Recycle.
This also has to do with carpet retailers. This is mainly at carpet retailers and stores where, carpet is the disposal. And rather than treat it as disposal, treat it as recycle. I don't know the prevalence of this. It was a Gail Bryce comment. It made sense to look at it. But so that's why it's included in there, as is the addition to number 11 for inclusion in CARES. But we have language in the black. Her point is for inclusion in CARES program. Again, that was just a clarifying edit.
Okay, so these aren't.
I don't think it changed. I don't think 11 changes much.
Right. Well, if everybody's comfortable, we can approve the language as it was on Wednesday. And then we take those few sentences that John added to number 7 and put those in the report leading into that policy, the carpet policy. We can also state, if we want, the Cal Recycle should review maybe or consider how we get carpet from C&D collected and kept clean and recycled, and that and then that way we're still dealing with those issues but not going around our process. Thumbs up. Is everybody okay with that?
I'm okay with the consideration part. I'm very essentially what you're triggering is essentially any commercial business with 2 cubic yard dumpster a week will have to recycle their carpet. And that immediately begs the question of how do you communicate that? It's a pretty big shift, and I'm not really comfortable just approving it straight off.
Right. So that's why we wouldn't even say it the way it is there. We'd just say maybe something like, and we can add it to the report right now. We'd have to actually. So we can pull those sentences from 7 out and put them into the report now.
I can try that.
Down to the last 20 minutes.
Okay.
Let's switch back to Ted.
Could we have Ted work on that while we get the comments read?
Yes. We have to get the comments. So thank you for doing that, Ted. And then the language, you could just try a sentence that you're comfortable with regarding the C&D, and we'll come back to that. All right. Yep. So with that, we've done.
Chair Sanborn, just a quick question on number 7. It says.
And very quickly, it's released. Okay. Go ahead.
Done. Go.
Chair Sanborn, with number 7, I think it says resin-specific collection goals. Will the collectors or the carpet installers have the ability to identify the different carpet resins, or will CARE provide them with an instrument to identify the different resins?
I've asked for a decade that CARE take the money and give them the actual guns, but they haven't. The only people that have them are the big collector sorters. None of the retailers have them. And I've said that from 10 years ago. Because what they're doing is they're shipping all the carpet together when only a portion of it can be recycled. At least it was a few years ago. Now more of it can be recycled, thankfully. But that's a huge greenhouse gas thing, just shipping everything and then landfilling it in another part of the state.
It just increases handling costs for all the collectors.
Agreed. Totally agree.
Recycled.
All right, so we're going to have to move on to public comments, and Commissioner Davis, we're going to have to.
Can I finish? Could I finish? Ted, when you do this, if you go up and pull the language from the purpose, and if you're seeing my screen right now, these 2 sections, we also did some clarifying language. So if you pull those, and then that's the complete of the edits that are in here, and then we just revert to the December 16th version. That'll be the clean version.
Hold that on your screen for just a moment, please.
And by the way, carpet is now back stamped. All carpet is now back stamped to identify the resin. So the new carpet.
Commissioner Davis, we have to move on to public comment. Okay, thank you very much. So Commissioner Ward is working on those changes, and we'll get back to him. To Cal Recycle staff, we'll go ahead. Actually, before we have to vote on this the version of the carpet proposal from the 16th. Is everybody okay with approving that as it was written on the 16th? Okay, so we're good. We're done. Every single policy was adopted today. Congratulations. Now we got to hear public comment and make sure we got this right. Cal Recycle staff, can you please read the next comment?
First, we have Gail Bryce from XT Green. I understand Bob Peoples, Executive Director of CARE, submitted detailed comments on the current carpet stewardship and flooring proposal. I'm having trouble finding it in the public comments or in the documents. Am I missing something?
Yes, they're right there. I've just checked it myself. If you go to the Commission Google document and you go to under public comment letters folder, you will see at the very bottom, if you have to scroll down, because they were the most current added. They came in literally one day ago and this morning at 4:45. They're both there. The first version of the comments and the second version of the comments. Thank you. Can we get the next public comment?
Next, we have Bob Peoples from CARE, subject repair. What is the scope of coverage for repair? For example, appliances, textiles, autos, carpet, etc. Can't read the screens, too blurry.
The quick answer is it's items between $50 and $100.
Okay, next we have Gail Bryce, XT Green, subject carpet proposal. I totally agree with Chairman Sanborn's concern about PFAS in carpet. However, it's a very complex, technically challenging subject that DTSC has been addressing for over 4 years and are finally issuing PFAS in carpet regulations in the spring. They have also been supporting studies regarding PFAS in carpet recycling at UC Berkeley. DTSC's responsibilities do not include carpet recycling, but their expertise and extensive public hearing records should be useful to address PFAS concerns in carpet recycling and probably other materials being recycled in California. Therefore, the Commission may want to consider recommending that Cal EPA create a committee of technical experts from DTSC, CARB, Cal Recycle, and the Water Board who have been addressing PFAS hazards in landfills to address PFAS risks in recycling and other end-of-life alternatives.
Okay, so my response to that is we hear you. We understand DTSC's process. We also understand that's going to take about 2 years. And green chemistry has been going on for quite a while without really having any effective impact. So I would say if we want the PFAS out, we got to say we want them out. And we just took them out of fire retardant foam last year after spraying it all over our forests. Why we're putting it in our bedrooms and on the floor of our homes, I'm not sure. And if it's not there anymore, which we did hear from the CARE comments, I think that's great. Then it'll test negative and it'll be fine. Yes, Commissioner Davis. Thumbs up. Okay.
I'm ready to make that statement. Yeah, they're indicating that manufacturers have stopped for a while. So, okay.
Okay. Next comment, please.
Next, we have Stephanie Barger from USGBC True Program, subject public comment. Thank you all for your amazing and very efficient work. Impressive the work you accomplished today will set us up for success in 2021. We all appreciate you, your expertise, and your passion to truly create change. Wishing everyone a very safe, healthy, and joyous holiday season.
Thanks, Stephanie. We needed to hear that. We appreciate it very much. Everybody's put in a lot of time. Thanks again for saying that. Next comment.
We have Nicholas Georges from Household and Commercial Products Association, subject what is recyclable. Based on the discussion, it feels as though the inclusion of what is recyclable is premature, especially without having a path forward on how to become recyclable if the material is currently determined not to be. This decision will impact the current market, future product development, and cause confusion to the public as materials once recyclable will not be recyclable anymore. More discussion is needed to avoid unintended consequences.
Thank you. And I'll just take the liberty to say we understand, the concerns, but we also understand the public is already thoroughly confused. And that's not necessarily to do to what's recyclable. As part of it is a labeling problem, which we're also trying to address. And we're going to continue to discuss this with everybody. This is not the be-all end-all. We are advisory, and it's going to be, we can change these policies as we get new information. But this commission did discuss on Wednesday that it's important we start sending the signal what we see as really recyclable and not at this point in time, because we've got an immediate problem with very high contamination levels. And that is not to dismiss your point. We do understand it. And Commissioner Dunleavy.
Yeah, I'll just add that the pathway was addressed with specific items on there.
Yeah, okay. I was going to make the same comment. The quick version is that the pathway is a manufacturer can show how they are either currently meeting the criteria in the law or how something's going to drastically change in the immediate term that will make them meet it. And they need to submit that to us.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, two more. From Bob Peoples of CARE, subject carpet recommendations. Why is testing being confounded with this topic of resin-specific goals? Collections was not the challenge until late in 2019. Once the supply-demand balance shifted, CARE moved rapidly to begin efforts to expand collections. Despite COVID, Q3 was a solid recovery. Number 10, CARE actually does collect carpet at no cost for MRFs, landfills, and transfer stations. Additionally, for those facilities that are able and choose to self-haul, CARE does reimburse transportation costs to the nearest carpet recycler.
Thank you. I have not heard that all the facilities are getting that service. I know the rurals were given that service very early on. Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, there are MRFs transfer stations. I'm not sure about landfills possibly, but that get the carpet hauled off. But those MRFs and transfer station solid waste facilities have the option of charging to handle the carpet. The recommendation was to include a reimbursement for hard to handle material in order to begin to cut down on the illegal dumping and the cost of delivering that material. So basically putting carpet on the same ground as the mattress program, which does pay a handling fee. So right now MRFs can charge a fee. I think Commissioner Ward commented on that, but the recommendation is a variation on that to include a hard-to-handle reimbursement, and participation is optional; it's not required. Doesn't cover everybody.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Next, we have Gail Bryce from XT Green, subject carpet proposal. The following was submitted earlier. This should answer your question regarding mandatory recycling with carpet and how generators would find about it. To expand collections, 1, the existing California mandatory commercial recycling law requires businesses that generate 4 cubic yards or more of commercial solid waste to arrange for recycling services. The option in the existing law to recycle by sending commercial waste to MRFs should be clarified that it's not applicable to carpet because it cannot yield comparable diversion that's required by the law. 2, with the clarification in item number 1, the Carpet Stewardship Organization's education and outreach efforts to commercial building owners, carpet installation contractors, and retailers could be expanded to promote awareness of the applicability of the California mandatory commercial recycling law to carpet waste.
Are there any other comments? I think we've already addressed that.
That is it for now.
Okay, we are at 12:22. We've got 8 minutes and we have to finish this or else they cut us off due to the public noticing.
I'm ready to share the screen. There it is. And I just need
Excellent.
the last bit of that sentence.
Okay, so under carpet, stewardship and flooring, so you added right above it.
Just above it as sort of an
Regarding
introduction to the carpet section.
Another parties ... meaning there's.
I don't know. I lost the end of that sentence. So, Commissioner Davis, if you could help me complete that sentence.
I have it.
Okay, can you read it?
Review and consider those comments. Review and consider those comments in their deliberations.
In their deliberations. And that's it?
But regarding in the same line, probably not. The first line.
Yes.
Too many regardings. Regarding the proposal, carpet, for on carpet that follows. Or for carpet. Regarding the carpet proposal that follows. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, good catch. All right. We've got a report. We've got 19 policies approved. We've heard the public comments, and we are exactly 6 minutes away from the end of this meeting. And I just want to say how incredibly grateful I am to work with all of you. You're amazing and worked so hard. Thank you so much. We will now move on to agenda item number 5, which is our agenda items for future meetings and our 2021 commission calendar. I had one commissioner call me concerned that we were still looking at 2 4-hour meetings a month. I know this is a lot, so it's really up to everybody to decide how much time you can put in. I can tell you it's been a lot for me, for sure. And for Ted, I know, and probably most of you, we've all put in a lot of hours. So it's really up to the full commission, how often you want to meet and so forth, knowing we have to complete our charge, which is defining recyclability, maybe we'll take more information on that, and compostability by July, and some of the other goals that were not in this preliminary report. So if you wanted to change, I guess what I'm suggesting is now we've got this all set up for next year, twice a month meetings at 4 hours. If we wish to change that at any time, we can certainly do it, but I wanted it to be on everybody's calendar so that we can always cancel meetings, shorten meetings, etc. But we can't go over. As you can tell, they're going to just lock us off in the next 4 minutes. So I would propose we just leave them as they are, and that at the first meeting in January, decide if we want to stick with that, or if you want to talk now, if somebody has any thought on that. Is that okay? Commissioner Segura is shaking his head to we'll discuss it in January. Okay, but we hear you. This is a lot, especially for a volunteer commission.
We can't keep this pace. We just can't.
No. But we got a lot of good stuff started too that is setting us up, and process is all set up. So we don't have to redo all this. And I think we all just realized how important it is to stick to a standardized format and other things that will make it even faster on the next report. So we are going to have Secretary Blumenfeld and new Cal Recycle Director Rachel Wagner join us on January 6th. I believe Zoe is on. If that has changed, please let me know. Otherwise, we're planning on that. And would you like me to invite Kip Lipper to talk about the bottle bill at all, since we have put that urgency language in the report? No.
Yes.
Okay, I'm seeing Commissioner Don Levy saying no.
Not at the same meeting.
Okay, so maybe at the meeting later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so on the 20th, we'll plan on. I'll go ahead and invite Mr. Lipper and see if he can make it. Okay. And then, so that's it for future agenda items, unless there's something else on future agenda items.
I see Commissioner Schneider.
Okay.
It might fall under the existing legislative update, but with luck, legislators are going to take up all 19 of the proposals we've passed on. I think we should have a space saver to make sure that we're keeping track of what we've already done. And if we're hearing that there's a misunderstanding or need more information, we respond to that.
Excellent suggestion. We will add that to the next agenda and keep that there. Thank you. And
I'm not sure I would call it luck. If we had 19 bills, I'm not sure we'd call it luck.
Anything else on the agenda?
Just a couple more coffee breaks, Heidi, in the future.
That's all about the workload. Now, I'll just remind everybody, we got to get this work done earlier and pace it better on the next one, because a lot of it came right at the end, but a lot of it we did have to set up our processes at the beginning too, so it made it harder for everybody to get started. So I think we did amazing with what we've been handed. And I guess I'll just go on to agenda item 6 and summarize. I couldn't be any prouder of this group. I have never worked with a group that has been so considerate, so polite, so thoughtful, and so silly, as Commissioner Dunleavy is lightening our day right now. I just want to say thank you all so much. It's been a real honor to chair the last 6 months, and with all the things that we were thrown and curveballs, I think nobody could have asked any more of us, and I'm very, very proud of everybody. So just make sure you get your documents into Cal Recycle by Monday, and then we can all be done. Ted and I, what we'll do is take the report as we wrote it today, and we will submit it to Cal Recycle. And I was planning, because via email, we're not doing anything print for zero waste, and we'll send it over to definitely Member Edmund's office. And I guess I could send it to, I could have my lobbyist. Well, that's kind of weird though. So we were going to email it to all the legislative offices if that's what you wanted. And maybe, Nick, you can help me with the list to make sure it's just somehow easy so we're not spending all day on it. And that's how we plan to do. Are there any other agencies you wanted it to go to? Or federal?
Thank you, Chair Sanborn. Thank you. Great
All
job.
right. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a
applause.
wonderful holiday. Tell our stakeholders good. Thank you for all your input.
Thank you.
Yay, have fun and rest. You deserve it.
Thank you all.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Thanks, everyone.